Live, I'm live. Oh, where's my moose? My moose. Moose. Well, I guess 6:30. Saturday, it's not a good time to go live, so I'll just start. Even though I don't think there's too many people here, I'm hopeful people will replay this before next week. I'm not full of positive energy, as I'm sure you guys aren't either. This has been a long slog, really, for 3 years. I've been going through some of my old notes, and I used to take a lot of notes on every call that from way back when. Every call that Ham had, I took long notes and studying things. I'm chucking a lot of it because it's what, 3.5 years ago, 4 years ago. Yeah, Tim, NIXX, I didn't. Let's see what I can do here. All right, I can do that, and I can go to. Somebody sent me this on NIXX, and I don't know where. I couldn't find it when I looked. It's probably there now. When I looked for it, it wasn't easy for me to locate. But I call your attention, and I just got this morning. I don't know if you can read that. I can't read it. NIXX Inc. Something. Anyway, there it is. I'll read it to you. my eyesight isn't so great, and it's backwards. Okay, so NIXX reported the resignation of its independent auditor, Sahlberg and Company, on June 2nd, with no disagreements and without reportable events noted during its service. The auditor's report includes concerns about the company's ability to continue as a going concern. Well, look, with all respect to Tony Denaro, that language is in everything. So it's incumbent on us. That's just a classic cover your ass clause in everything that's ever put out there. I doubt it's in a filing for NVIDIA now, but I bet it was in NVIDIA's filings early on. It may still be there. I don't know. And filing's the wrong word, prospectuses and other documents. So I don't think this is a terrible thing, but it's annoying. That's what it is to me. It's annoying. It means it's gonna take some time. How much time, I don't know. It could just be a matter of hiring a new auditor and ramping it up, throwing some money at it, and being ready to go. But what I want to say, Tim, is it could just take a little bit of time. That's all. The stock, NIXX yesterday closed, I think, at 2:30 or a little over 2:30. I told you, and that's why I want to talk about Railtown. I just have a small account. If I had the size of my account before, anyway, let's not go back on history, but if I'd still had significant ability, I'd probably be across 4, maybe 5 companies, and I don't. Funny thing, I'd own silver too. So, but I'm not in that position. So I'm trying to get to that position, Tim. I'm trying to get to the position again where I can have a significant account with more than one strong position. And so anyway, on Friday morning, I sat here and I did the calculations, and I sold everything to get into Railtown. It is not a condemnation about any of these stocks, Finger, NIXX, G-Bucks, etc. It's not a condemnation at all. Well, we can go through each one, and but in the case of NIXX, I didn't know about this. I had no idea about this. I just got this sent to me. Damn it. All right. This was sent to me yesterday. So today is Saturday. So I must have sold, that's what it was. I sold on Thursday, and I told you about it yesterday. No, I sold it on Thursday, and I told you about it on Thursday. And yesterday I watched Djokovic until I couldn't stand it anymore, and he lost. That's what happened. Anyway, I can get the exact dates, all that. But all I can tell you is NIXX is now 230 something. I sold it at 206 or 207. I think the ask was 208 when I sold it. So I got the bid, like 206. And I also overpaid for Railtown. I think I paid essentially 33 cents. It might have been over 33 cents, and Railtown went down. So when I told you guys about it, Railtown was 30 cents, and NIXX was up. One of you guys made fun of me. But I'm not doing it because I've lost. NIXX still has enormous revenue projections. I think it's got everything that it ever had. But I tell you what, my gut, when I saw this, I actually saw this this morning. I was on the phone. It came to me yesterday, but I didn't see it yesterday. I was speaking to the gentleman, and he said, "Did you see my text?" I said, "No." And so it was about 8:30 this morning when I saw it. I can tell you because I sent it on to somebody else at about 9:10 this morning. So that's when I saw it, was this morning, but I got it yesterday. Anyway, that just kind of confirms my suspicion of what did things slow down. I'm so antsy with all of these. We're trying to catch things as they move, and I'm in a different situation than most of you because I need to concentrate. It's a small amount of money. That's just the fact, Jack. So I need to concentrate where I can have something go up and then experience the pleasures of diversification. So anyway, we can talk about that. I'm not negative on NIXX at all. I just think that's clearly going to take some time in terms of getting an auditor to do their audit. Does it really affect anything they're doing? I don't think so. They've already announced that their goal is to get their revenue to 10 million a month, and they're announcing that. Does it affect their quarterly? Probably. Does it affect money raises? Probably. Does it affect any kind of you know, who knows? Whatever merger and acquisitions, corporate actions they might have lined up, it might not really affect it, but I think it would slow it down briefly. So anyway, Tim, my reasoning, and I think it was Thursday morning when I sat here and did it, my reasoning was for myself, and I'm just disclosing it. I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do or to be negative on any position at all. It's my Jennifer disclosure. And while I'm at it, let me disclose my Jennifer disclosure. I seek the safe harbor of all the disclosure statement clauses you've ever read. I don't have an all-encompassing one. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to write it. But suffice to say, this is hopefully strategy. This is hopefully educational. It's certainly opinion, and it's not financial advice. Not financial advice. And further, I have, and I reserve the right in the future to establish relationships. People get paid all the time. I'd love to get paid. You know, everybody from all the names that you listen to, everybody gets paid. But I don't have any relationship. But I wouldn't mind one or two or three. I wouldn't mind being able to start having income that I can count on. But anyway, I am not a consultant for Railtown. I'm not a consultant for NIXX. I'm not a consultant for Finger Motion, and I am not a consultant for G-Bucks. I'm not a consultant for GTII. I don't know what other ones. I'm not a consultant for CRTD, and et cetera, et cetera. I would love to get an IR or a, you know, some sort of payout for being the in the peanut gallery, but I'm not. So you might wonder, what the hell are you doing all this for? I do too. And I almost didn't want to come on now because I'm just worn out. I'm just worn out. Part of it's my own fault because I pick fights when others wouldn't. But I'm trying to point out some things, and I'm not the only one. I'm not trying to do it with any animosity towards anybody, but our world is changing, and these factors are lining up to me that each of us has to be concerned that over the next, I don't know, months, but it could be years, I think there could be stress points in the world and in the financial markets. And I just want people, I want you to be able to be financially strong, if not independent. And it's been a learning process for me too. I no longer believe that anyone in the system desires short squeezes. In fact, I think everything in the system, from the FINRA to the SEC to your own brokers to journalists to BlackRock, suppress short squeezes, because that's how they all cheat and make money. This is the great financialization period of the United States empire. We're still a young empire. We're 200, 300 years in our strength. But we've accelerated. I would guess a lot of it is that we're an extension of the British Empire. And the British Empire might be the extension of something else, I don't know. But this financialization is made guys that might be smart, like Fink or Cohen, but they've given them great opportunity to consolidate assets. And they are just, more than money, they have power, unlike anything that has ever occurred on Earth before. And I don't want to be negative on this either, but chasing short squeezes that we've been waiting around for, I mean, it's by definition, that's what you got to do. I mean, I looked up some charts. For example, Volkswagen, it built up for 2 or 3 or 4 years, and then it exploded. And I tried to find some of the other charts. I had a whole list of symbols before, but I couldn't find them all. But they're out there, you know, the GameStop and everything. But it takes a while, and then the blip comes and it goes back down. It's like the wow signal. It happened once, I guess, in the 70s, and then it's never happened again. And that's kind of what short squeezes are like. So you get rewarded if you hang in there. Definitely. But you also miss opportunities if you're too stubborn. And for me, coming back to me, I don't have enough money to make it matter to be in more than one. I don't have as much time as most of you have either. So if I own 2,000 shares of NIXX and it goes to 6 or 8 or 12, that's a nice trade. It is definitely a nice trade. And I was hoping for it. But I owned NIXX instead of buying Finger, even though I know it's on the tape. I called that recent trade in Finger, I think. At least had I had a bigger account, I know I would have traded it. But I didn't, so, that's kind of woulda, coulda, shoulda. But in retrospect, I should have put that NIXX money in Finger from February to last month and maybe made 3 times my money that way, or 4 times my money that way. And that's what I've been hoping for with NIXX. I've been hoping for 3 or 4, maybe 5 times my money. And then I would put that into Railtown. Well, Thursday, I got really concerned that the time frame, and we'll go through some of the hit news and the items on Railtown, but I got really, it's almost an intuition, because you're playing chicken with the timing. I thought, frankly, NIXX would have had at least a bit of a moment by now. I still think it will. I still think NIXX is going to have its day. But the question I asked myself sitting here, I'm sorry I'm rambling a bit because I really wasn't in the mood to do this tonight, but I'm doing it because I really think I have to talk to you about Railtown before next week. That's my instinct. That is my instinct. It's the second week of June. I think before the end of June, our opportunity to buy. Let me just show you in my situation what I was facing. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just disclosing. This is my Jennifer disclosure. I don't ever want to be so surprised and so disappointed in somebody again. So how do you do that? You disclose. So I had something like, I'm talking about my IRA account. It's not a big account. It just isn't. I had something like 681 G-bucks, and I had 2,000 and NIXX. That's what I had on Thursday morning. Now I made a rookie mistake, but I do that often. I do it. I just get impatient. What I should have done is done my trade every 2 hours, done partial trades every 2 hours for Thursday and Friday. I didn't do that. I just did it mainly. I think I did it that way because I didn't want to make this trade. It took gumption, and I'm just going to do it kind of attitude. So that's what I did. But to my memory, I sold NIXX at 206, and I think I sold G-bucks at was it $4? Was G-bucks $4? Anyway, whatever I got for G-bucks on I just don't remember, but let's just focus on, it was a small part of what my trade anyway. But I sold G-bucks that's what it was. It was Thursday. It was the ex-dividend date. Anyway, and I put all of that into Railtown, and I bought Railtown at 33 cents, basically. I mean, I think it was 32.7, and it might have been a little over 33 for part of it. But anyway, immediately you had, you or anybody, all day, all afternoon Thursday and all day Friday, the stock was 30 cents. So it's not like for the skeptical people like Jennifer and others, it's not like I was front running at all, or not intentionally anyway. But it didn't benefit me. In fact, if I had waited, I could have bought quite a lot more Railtown. But anyway, what I was looking at is 2,000 NIXX at $2. If it went to 6, which is the first 6 1/4 is the first stopping point, or if it went to 8, or if it went to 10, or if it went to 12, that's what scares me. I think NIXX is going to go to 12. But let's just say I'll just pick one of those numbers. Let's say it goes to $10. I would have $20,000. I'd have $20,000. And that's huge. Imagine if I had that $20,000 and I could swing back, I could sell it, and I could buy Railtown at 35 cents. It would be huge. And that's what I was holding on for. That was what I was being stubborn about. But I don't have a calculator. Oh, here, I have a calculator here. So if I had 20,000, let's say NIXX went to 10 next week, or within 2 weeks. I was doing on my head within 2 weeks. So if it went to 20,000, if Railtown was still at 35 cents, I would have been able to buy, 57,000 shares. That would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. Or I would, this is all hypothetical, of course, because I'm out, so it's not going to happen. Or that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Or divided by, yeah, or, okay, so if it didn't happen, but if I were to be able to sell NIXX next week at 20,000 and Railtown's still 35 cents, I could buy, or less, I could buy almost 60,000 shares of Railtown next week. But if Railtown had moved next week or the following week or basically in June, that's what's making me nervous, is we're in June. And I think it's high time something happens. I'll go through the news stories. I think it's like a pressure cooker. And I don't think we're going to get to July. Well, let's say after July 4th, the first week in July. Let's say over the next 2 to 3 to 4 weeks, I don't think Railtown's going to stay in these price ranges. So anyway, what I was facing, if I sold my NIXX and I somehow got 20 grand for 2,000 shares, and if Railtown were 60 cents, I could buy 30,000 shares, a little bit more. Or if Railtown had moved to $1.20, I could buy 17,000 shares, 16,000 shares. So that was my fantasy land. Better hold on to NIXX because it can go, and then I'll be able to come back to Railtown. But then I'm thinking, all right, that's one scenario, but how likely is it? Because NIXX's already going up. It had great news last week, but do I think NIXX is going to go to 10 next week, the next 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah, it could. It really could. That's why it's a scary trade for me. It really could. But I had to admit, I didn't know for sure, which is true of everything I'm saying. I don't know for sure. So what I did is, what if NIXX just stayed around $2? You know, it's 230. So I got basically four. I don't know, what did I get? I got 2,000 shares times 206, I think was the number. Yeah, 4,112. 120. And then I overpaid, darn it. So I transformed my NIXX into I only got 12,500 shares of Railtown by selling my NIXX and my IRA, 12,500. So you're saying, well, why don't you wait? Why don't you wait? Because one of the risks is I sold NIXX for 4,000. Even if we assume this coming week or two, I could sell NIXX for $3 or so a share. I could get $6,000. But if NIXX were trading, I mean, if Railtown were trading at 60 cents, I'd only get 10,000 shares. Do you see it? They're both moving. They're both moving. And what I want to get across to you is I do not believe Railtown is going to be this cheap ever again. Ever again. ever again. I don't know how long it's going to be this cheap. I mean, it could be this cheap for it's already been longer than I thought, as you know. But my gut is screaming that it's a June event. Why? Because that's the end of 6 months, and the news flow, and the conferences. And I read you a analyst kind of blurb yesterday, Thursday. I'll try to find that again. I hope it's in my pictures because I had such a hard time reading it on this screen. It might be in my pictures. No, of course not. Why would it be? Why the heck would it be? All right, well, it's in there, so I'll get it. I'll get it. Breaking news. Vladimir Putin has offered to negotiate a peace deal between President Trump and Elon Musk. That's hilarious. All right, so I got off track here. So what I'm trying to say, the reason I did it, it hurts. I know I'm taking that risk that NIXX could be worth, my NIXX, $2,000 a NIXX could be worth 20 grand. But I'm trying to think in terms of how many shares of Railtown will that be worth. And number one, I don't know that NIXX is going to go to $10 in the next 2 weeks. I don't know that. It's only a possibility. The more likely thing, it's just life, inertia. NIXX, when I sold it, was 208 on the ask, 206. That's what I think I got was the bid. I might have gotten 207, whatever. But the ask, I know the ask was 208. What more likely for the next 2 or 3 weeks, NIXX goes up somewhat. But can I count on it really breaking out? For sure, I can't. And then when I juxtapose that with, well, what's going to happen to Railtown in 2 or 3 weeks? Well, if it sits here, then I should wait for NIXX. Of course I should. It's an easy choice. If I knew for sure Railtown would sit here. But by making the swap I did, and I also got some shares because I sold G-Bucks, but I don't remember what G-Bucks was trading for, and I don't want to sign in. It's too complicated. But just focusing conceptually on the NIXX portion, I got 12,500 shares of NIXX. Sorry, of Railtown. By selling my NIXX, I got 12,500 shares of Railtown. That selling 2,000 shares of NIXX. Could I have sold my NIXX higher? Yeah, it's already higher. And it could be higher next week or 2 weeks from now. I don't know. But the problem is Railtown could be up between now and then too. And I talk to people about Railtown, you know, people that are investors as hobbyists and people, even professionals, when they're in a stock trade, unless they're Jesse Livermore, talk to people, you know. So most people I talk to are quite subdued on the, well, it could do this. What if it goes to, you know, 40 cents? What if it goes to $1, which I think is what could happen. But I think it could be a lot more than that. And that's what So if you're listening to me, you're listening to my thoughts. I think if Railtown moves over the next 3 to 4 weeks, I think it can go to $3.50. Well, if I buy it at 33 cents, which is what I did, that's 10 times my money. If I wait on NIXX to go up, NIXX might go up 3 times my money, but in the meantime, I can't buy as many shares of Railtown. So by the time I buy Railtown, it might be trading at $1, and then it goes to $3.50. I've made 3 times my money there. And maybe net, I'm better off because NIXX went up 2x, and I got Railtown at $1 and it went up 3x. But it gets so complicated to predict, because I believe Railtown can go to $3.50, $3.50. And we'll go through it again. The difference between myself and perhaps you, but others I know that I speak with, is I think it can happen almost instantaneously. Does that mean next week? No, it doesn't. It could be 2 weeks, but and it could stair step. It could go to 40 cents, because when you look at the chart, Railtown has 2 clear approximate turn on reactions to express yourself with a hand gesture during a video call. Go to control. Leave me alone. I hate all this artificial intelligence. Leave me alone. So there's 2 points on the chart where I think Railtown is going to have difficulty or pausing. One is 40 cents, which is great. It gives time to buy it. But if it busts 40 cents, roughly 40 cents, it might be 42 cents. I think the next one is its all-time high, which is around 60 cents. It might be 63 cents. But if it breaks 60, whatever, that high, I think it goes to $1.20. So to me, time was up. I was in NIXX for since October, and I was in G-Bucks on and off, but most recently I got in for 681 shares. I'm not saying that won't go to the moon. I'm not saying NIXX won't go to the moon. But what I am saying is I would be pissed as hell at myself if I didn't own shares of Railtown at 33 cents if it goes to 3.50, because that same amount of money, I just showed you the proceeds, a little over $4,000, bought 12,500 shares of Railtown. If I wait and I get that same amount of money, I'm only buying 1,000 shares, 1,200 shares of Railtown. So it just, for me, I guess I decided, you gave it your best timing, and you're just, I wanted to own, I was hoping to own 30, 40, 50,000 shares of Railtown as a result of trading out, but I'm not. I'm going to own less. Remember, I sold G-Bucks too, so it's probably works out to, I don't know, 15 or 20,000 shares. So for me, That's meaningful. Now let's say it's let me just do a calculation. I had 681, and let's say I got out at 4. Is that what it was trading for? I don't know. Let's just say it was 4, and I divided by 33, so 8. So let's say I have 20,000 shares of Railtown from that. That's not as much as I wanted, but 20,000 shares, in my opinion, and it's a projection, it's not a promise, but I think 20,000 shares of Railtown could be worth, let's say over a 3 to 4 week period, could be worth $70,000. For me, it's worth, that's the risk reward. And for me, it's worth taking that chance. So that's what I did. I'll try to fill in why I think all those things as we go on. Could I be wrong? Could it only go to $1? Yeah. Could it go to $5 or higher? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what the news says. We'll see what the flow is. But a friend of mine at my old office, Morgan Stanley, sent me, I haven't listened to it, but Morgan Stanley is now putting out a push on AI, and I think he did it as a courtesy, because I'm certainly not one of his big accounts, but I do want to listen to it. I did listen to a couple of videos on AI, and one thing, and I'm not an expert in AI, I don't claim to be, but one thing popped up. This isn't Morgan Stanley. This is PricewaterhouseCoopers. I don't know if you can read that. When I get a better computer set up, I'll do better with all this. But by 2030, AI could be, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, could contribute 15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030, which is, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, more than the current output of China and India. Of course, we're in a race with China on AI, maybe India. And I know even countries as mild as Canada are getting into it too. So, the British Columbia, this Railtown is a Canadian company, and the conference up in British Columbia, when it came out, they said it's the best in the world. Since then, there was one, I think, elsewhere that was also the best in the world. Well, 15.7 trillion by 2030 in AI. And this guy went on to say that, and more than one person has said this, if you go on YouTube and you listen to a lecture, then 5 more pop up, so you pick one to listen to. That we out there believe that the AI revolution, if you want to call that, the AI trend, the AI breakthrough, we believe it's over. It's halfway over. I mean, we have ChatGPT, we have Grok or whatever it is. We have all this. And what I'm hearing is that's exactly wrong. we haven't even begun to see what AI is going to do to the world. And it's going to take a lot of our jobs. It may even take truck driving out of the picture, believe it or not. So it's all the more reason to try to get ourselves into a position where we can make money so we can be financially independent. Now, let me show you. Well, I've got to go through your. I have some things to show you, but I've got to go through your comments because as soon as I go over there, I'll lose the comments. All right, so Tim, Frank, Alan, hello. Robert, hello. Okay, this is a separate issue. I'm not going to get distracted by this right now, but Steve, there are companies, primarily the ones I know of are mostly out of Chicago, but there's one in Texas too. And there are ways to move your 401k, unless it's a company one. I mean, unless it's at, Walmart or something. If it's a 401k at a brokerage firm, you can set up a self-directed retirement account. But there are places that'll take your 401k too. I just don't know how you do it. If it's part of a corporate scheme, then you may be stuck. You might have to borrow against it or something. But let's cross that bridge when we get there. What's the link for ACE's Discord? I've never found Ace to be discordant. I think he's always pretty level-headed. I have no idea. I guess you're talking about a space call or a YouTube call or something. I don't know. I would recommend that you go wherever you heard about Ace's call, go back to that source and see if you can find the answer to your question. I don't know. Yeah, 23% is great. Oh, you have to. All right, so there's the answer, Jake. You have to go to YouTube and become a member of ACE's YouTube community, which means you have to pay money. Mana being money. So that's what you got to do. Yeah, I don't own Finger. I didn't sell it. I really don't want to get lost in that discussion, but when the option expiry date came, I made a decision to respond to the pressure I was getting to go down to the SEC and sit for an interview for these people who had flown in for the movie. I should have said no. But, where are you? Why aren't you there? I probably got 20 to 30 phone calls. Where, and texts. Where are you? Why aren't you there? They're waiting for you. Are you dead? Why, So anyway, I went down, and I've told you this. They weren't there. I waited for them. And then they showed up and probably did 2 to 3 hour sit down at the coffee shop. And then we went to the SEC, spent another hour or so there. And then they had flown in. They had been all in transit or driven in. I don't know if they drove or flew or both. But, they're all on a shoestring. And I said, have you eaten? No. Well, let's go over to the Dubliner, and we sat outside. nice group of people, young and older, and very committed to the cause. I paid for everything, and I didn't get home till, I don't know, 4:15, 4:30. The markets were closed, and Monday morning, I called in to my account and I said, "Hey, I'll bring in some money. What's going on?" "Well, we exercised this and that." I said, "What are you kidding me? Those expired worthless." "Well, no, sir. It was a young, smart-ass woman. They actually closed at a penny." I said, "They had no bid, and you exercised them?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "How do you do that?" "Well, it's your responsibility, sir." And I said, "So you're going to put me at risk because it closed?" Anyway, arguing doesn't help. And I said, "All right, I'll try to get money in. I can sell the stock I have to cover." But anyway, long story short, I sold my finger shares to cover the margin call created by that exercise. And I'm being simplistic. It was 3 positions. And of course, on Monday morning, they drove the stock further down, which created more of a margin call. And by 10:30, they just liquidated my account. And the stock was back up Tuesday. It's back up Tuesday. So I got blown out of my shares at Finger Motion. And I got wiped out in my options. It's my own fault. Had I not gone down for that interview, I never would have held those positions throughout the day. I wouldn't have. But I'm the kind of person that if I'm sitting with people, I'm focused on them. If I'm traveling, I'm focused on them. And that's what happened. So Alan, I do not own Finger Motion, and I'm not a consultant for Finger Motion. But I would have loved to own Finger Motion in January, February. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Does it really matter if I'm in it or not? I don't know. I dropped meme stocks 2 years ago and have been profitable ever since. Well, I don't know what you mean by meme. To me, calling a stock a meme stock is a meme. But AMC and GME, I never was in. That's great, but I never once thought it would replicate. And I've banged that drum slowly over the years, and people don't like it. Finger and GTII and CRTD, I really thought could work as short squeezes. So maybe that's what you mean by meme. But I think it's even dogs learn eventually. I mean, I don't know. They have some spatial issues. Yeah. I mean, my dog was pretty good at it, but you can bring a dog up to a gate, and if they're right there at the gate, they're trapped. Even though if they just went, they could go around the gate. My dog was usually pretty good at figuring. He was a problem solver. But my point is that dogs, horses, children learn that if you keep doing the same thing and it's not working, try something different. And I've been clear. And of course, I get baited into it all the time. But I think it's a complete waste of time to spend any effort other than if you're trying to cause a revolution or if you're trying to cause righteous action, but there's no financial reason. There's no trading reason to do anything with GTII. Those guys need you because they're going to need the first money in the pool. But they have some whales that'll do that probably. So it might be a situation where you add some, when you have a publicly traded company, you need a certain number of shareholders. And 3 whales aren't going to be enough shareholders. So there's reason they need you, but it's a big waste of time in terms of trying to make money back. Same with CRTD, big waste of time. MULN, all a big waste of time. Get on space calls. It's all MMTLP. If you don't move your shares, why bother going the space call? It's just a circle sing along. And that brings it to Finger. And I think for me, Finger had the best trade of the year. $1 to $5, hell of a trade. Ham's G-Bucks had a great trade, 70 cents to $10. Unbelievable trade. They both may have more in the tank, but for me right now, the only thing you should be focusing on is Railtown. Why? It's just the timing. In 2 weeks from now, I may be saying, hey, let's start looking at these others. But I'm just trying to tell you, if you have any interest in Railtown, the time to accumulate is probably Monday morning, but maybe it's all week, maybe it's 2 weeks. I don't know. When does it start going up? I don't know. But all I can tell you is I came on right now, even though I didn't want to tell you that I think if you're on the fence, it's time to get off the fence on Railtown. What's my expectancy for Rail to move? Okay. I do want to get, right now I think we're at a total of 1.25 million shares across 20 different accounts here, or approximately 20. I'd love to get that number up. It'd be fun, I think, just for the fun of it. What is your expectancy for Railtown to move? Expectancy implies I know something that is for sure. And one thing I've learned over these few years, nothing's for sure. But if you're asking my prediction, I think Railtown will go to, I think next week it could go to 40 cents, 60 cents. So already, if it's at 60 cents, it costs you twice the money to build the same position, or you get half the position for the same money. The following week, I think it could be $1 to $2. And my personal revaluation number is 350. I go through it every time, but there's an S curve of valuation. Particularly, it's something I learned in oil and gas companies. But you can go on for years and years and years, and then all of a sudden, the catalyst could be production, it could be oil prices, but it could be you just proved up your theory and you just got a report from Netherlands Sewell saying your reserves, instead of being moose pasture, all of a sudden you've got proven reserves of $15 a share, and your stock can go from 70 cents to $12. That's revaluation. And that's what I think is coming to Railtown. And it's all, the clues are all out there to see. They're in the press releases. They're in their announcements. It's all there. It's all there. Railtown is a company who has finished its R&D. It's finished it. Well, I'm sure that never finishes, but they completed it enough to go to market, and they're at market. And so you go from sort of an unknown that's just spending money. Investors are getting tired, and it's, when's it going to happen? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Mom, you said we'd be there. Just another hour. Are we there yet? And it goes from that to, wow, now you're at conferences. Now you're trying to go out and get business. What are you worth? And that's what I think is the change in status for Railtown. It's gone from an R&D company to a commercial company. And so you're asking, what's my expectation? I guess just in simplest terms, I think when it's revalued, I think it'll be 10x from here. 10x from here. When will that revaluation happen? Will it be overnight? Could be overnight. Could it be next week? Maybe, I doubt it. Could it be before July 4th? I think before the end of the first half of the year? Yes, I think so. Am I right? I don't know. But that's the urgency I feel. Maybe it'll be July or August. But what I'm saying, Alan, is if you have $3,300, right now you can buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. 10,000. If you wait 2 weeks or a week and it's 65 cents, you can buy 5,000 shares. And if it goes to $1.20, I don't know, I can't do the math in my head. You can buy 2,000 shares. So you can establish a share position right now if you act. And I just don't think there's much time left. That's why I'm even talking about it right now. I don't think there's a lot of time left. My opinion, Alan, and you've never seen this. You've never seen this. And I know there's a risk to my opinion. But it used to be on Wall Street, it used to be that a story could catch fire and all the good news and all the optimism would be discounted to the present moment. And like in the health area, some of these companies would be trading at $80 right now. Like I bet a Northwest Bio could be trading at $40. But the criminal actions by the Toad and the rest for their own gain, the Toad, suppress the prices. So you're getting, as a human being, I had a shrink tell me that we only project as humans based on our last 2 years of life. I don't know if it's true. But that's the theory anyway. So that's our experience. Our experience is that no stocks go up. They only go down. The shorts will come in and kill it. They'll do a financing. It's always something. Well, that's the table we are at the bazaar. We're at the shit table at the bazaar. But at the same time, we're here for a reason, because there can be these outsized gains. Railtown is not a squeeze play, although I suppose there could be some shorts in there, but it's not a squeeze play. It's not a meme play. It is the serendipity of and we'll go through, when I get through these questions, I'll show you the guys again. The founders came up with an idea, I guess 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and funded it. I think they've spent $10 million developing it. And it's this, it's almost luck. They finished their product. It's 4 products. They finished it just as AI hit the front pages, but more importantly, just as these, see that now you're getting me where I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But just as these things that NVIDIA makes and these other companies make are so powerful that they can process data at rates unheard of, all of a sudden AI is becoming the next leap. I mean, I was listening to this guy. He's always promoting, but James Altucher or whatever, he says that he was telling people to buy Bitcoin at $114. I kicked myself so much because I was sitting in that hotel room in London for 4 or 5, 6 weeks, and I couldn't get myself comfortable with a hard wallet. But Bitcoin was under $1, and Max Kaiser and Stacy were saying, buy it, you'll be a millionaire. I should have bought it. I'd be a millionaire. But anyway, he just said this AI is bigger than crypto. And his whole point, of course, he wants you to buy something from him, but his whole point is if you missed out on crypto, AI's it. Now, he's not saying Railtown. I don't want to confuse you. He's got an 1.5-hour video. I went halfway through it. You can't speed it up. And I'm sure he's going to come to a point where there's a pitch, $999, and you can get his, weekly call, and $5,000 you can talk to him or whatever. It's always some pitch. These guys make their money from selling a subscription more than their idea. But I think he's pretty sharp and he's pretty honest in how he sees things. And he says this is, for a guy like me, it's the last chance probably of a technological revolution that can make wealth. So anyway, how does that get back to Railtown? The luck of the situation is you've got 2 gentlemen, which I'll try to go through. I've done it before. It's on their website. I'm just using information on their website. They've done all this before. But just as the computing power meets demand and the competition, and it's ramping up, you have Railtown here, who has created products ahead of anyone else. It says, well, I'll show you. I think they say first mover advantage on their presentation. I'll show it to you. But it's proprietary and it's closed. So nobody can get that information. So I guess my point is, Alan, I got off track in my thinking there, is that this is a situation because everyone understands AI. There's mutual funds and research analysts. I like resource plays. There's not enough research analysts, but there's research analysts everywhere in the technology field, the mutual fund field, the investment banking field. And so my premise is that as soon as there's information flow and an awareness of what Railtown has, which I don't even know. I'll show you what they say they have. I don't know what it means. All I'm telling you, they're not R&D anymore. They're now commercial. And they're first mover, and they're going after big ass markets. And the value of revenues in this space. I subscribe to a report, which I'll try to show you, but in the AI space, and I showed it to you the other day, but in the AI space, out of 91 transactions, buyouts, purchases of AI companies, the enterprise value versus revenue, there were 3 LLM vendors, large language module vendors. They got bought out at 55 times revenue. 55 times revenue. There were 17 data intelligence. They were bought out at 42 times revenue. 9 cybersecurity bought at 20 times revenue. 6 human resource technology, whatever that is, bought out at 26 times revenue. I don't know where they're going to put the women on the board once AI takes over. FinTech, that's, by the way, those comments are about the woke culture. It's not that women shouldn't be doing things. It's just, where did, anyway, FinTech, 5 were bought out at 20 times revenue. Health tech, 7 transactions, purchased at 26 times revenue. Marketing tech, 11 transactions, bought out at 14 times revenue. Legal tech, 3 deals done at 22 times revenue. Search engine, 2 deals done at 23 times. And computer vision, 6 deals done, I don't know what that is, at 12 times. The average of 91 deals, I don't know how to take the high and the low out because there isn't a high and a low. I guess you could do it. I guess you could do it for a category. Anyway, I'll just go with the numbers these people gave. I showed it to you the other day. 91 deals at 25.8 times revenue, 25.8 times revenue. So let's just imagine something. They're going after $100 billion markets, and they are the first movers according to their website, and they solve the problem. I don't know, what percentage do they get of $100 billion market, revenue market? I don't know. But they've got 4 products. If you assume each of those products gets 25 million in revenue a year, is that reasonable? I have no idea. You take 100 million. Let's just say they project out at 100 million in revenue at 25.8 times 100 million. I haven't done that. I'm just doing it. I have no idea where this is going to lead me. But if you take, if they get to 100 million in revenue times, and they get bought out at 25.8. That's 2.5 billion. And then you divide that by 100, and they have it like something like 146 million shares. Let's say 150 million shares. That's $17 a share. $17 a share. Obviously, there's a lot of unknowables. So if we just take a third of that, it's $5.75 a share. That's the kind of revaluation, Alan, I think is coming. And I don't think you can sit around waiting for people that are much smarter than I am to come up with these numbers. I'm the slow one. But if you wait, you'll be paying $5 a share. That's my message to you. What's my expectancy for it to move? I wouldn't be emphasizing it so much if I didn't think it could move next week. But you know, it could take 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Again, I think, and we'll go through the news stories, but I think June has to be the month. You've got a bunch of really smart people trying to make something happen. And they've already announced that's the other thing. I haven't even talked about the acquisition. There's a lot here, Alan. So it's always good to hesitate, always good to question. But I've been talking about Railtown for quite a time. And I just think we're out of sort of margin of error. Well, I'll see what happens. Well, if you wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, I don't think you're buying Railtown at 33 cents. I think you're buying it at probably $5, but let's call it $3.50. That's been my target forever. Let's call it that. But that, by the way, that will be the new point of departure. This isn't a trade. This isn't saying it can be if that's what you want to do. But this isn't saying, hey, this is going to go from 30 cents to 3.50 and get out. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's so hard to get this concept across. I wish there's a chart that I have from one of the oil and gas companies. I wonder where it is. Anyway, it's in my papers. This is where we are on the valuation. They've had R&D for several years. They're finished that. They're just starting to commercialize. And we can talk about the merger. But you're going to jump up in an algorithmic way. You're going to jump up the valuation curve as these products start generating massive revenues. That's from what I read on their website. Does it go from here to here or all the way here right away? I don't know. But, Alan, I think this point of buyout, I don't even want to tell you that number. When I don't know, when NVIDIA comes along and buys them out, if they get bought out, that number is scary to tell you. You'll think I'm a loony. but it's also, probably 2 or 3 years down the road. But where does the valuation go from here as awareness grows? Does it just go from 30 cents to 35 cents? No, it's going to go up like a hockey stick. I don't know where it's going to end up here, but I've picked 350 as my target, 10x. But this move could be much bigger than that. I was looking at it a different way, Alan. If AI, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, is 15.7 trillion over the next 5 to 7 years, what percentage will Railtown get and AI partners that they're buying? I don't know. I'm not gonna put the calculation out because it's total speculation. But even if they get 1% of 15.7 trillion, what if they get 5%? What if they get 10%? What if they get 20% of that? Now, there's a lot of AI companies out there, but AI partners, by their own definition, is so you're accepting the AI partners network. You're accepting their own definition, but there are 160 of the best AI companies, mostly North America, but it's worldwide. So you all chasing squeezes and miss the cycle, the circle IPO. I don't know. I got in Circle, sold at 100. Wow, good for you. I didn't even know about it, but I don't know where I could have gotten shares. Yeah, go to Ace's live. Go to his live. You don't need to be here. Jake, go to it. Everybody, go. Stop watching me. Search Ace and go to Ace. Jake wants you to go to Ace. Go, 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 go. I'm not trying to compete with him. I'm sure what he's saying is more important than what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say to you, it may not matter. It may not matter. But for those who it does, if you can put, I don't know what Railtown, it'll probably be down Monday morning, or it'll be, whatever. But if you can put $3,500 up, you can buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. And what I'm telling you is I think it's going to be repriced as the new starting point, not the trade, the new starting point. 35 grand. Am I going to be right? I don't know. We'll go through all the data I have here. You got to make your own decision. But from 35 grand, they're going to be projecting much higher, in my opinion. So if you want to chase Circle, go get 100 shares of Circle. Go get 50 shares of Circle. Hey, Darren. Hey, Kevin. So much corruption. Yeah, I know. It's. I don't think it's in the company. I've met all those guys. I think you've got a really good group of investors, and I think the CEO is of the highest integrity. But I think the corruption is the trading, and I'm not saying finger can't squeeze. I just don't know when. It all comes down to that. When. And I think I just think we're out of time to establish positions in Railtown at 35 cents. We're out of time. And I guess Ricky might have asked a follow-up that I would have asked. Well, would you still buy it at $3.50? Yes, I'd still buy it at $3.50. I would buy Railtown at $5. I would buy Railtown at $10. Now, it's a question of what your motives are. Are you doing it as a day trade? Are you doing it as a short-term trade or a long-term hold? I'm a little frightened to believe that Railtown might be something just to buy and go play golf. The reason that frightens me is because I want to do other things with my life. I want to build some companies. I want to get cash flow going. I want to, there's things I want to do. But I think Railtown is and that's off the subject. Sorry, Kevin. I know you said Finger, so sorry. I think Finger, they're working hard. Without Ham's efforts, I think Finger would be another MULN or an MMAT or a fill in the blank. And so I think through a good investor network, good relationships in China, and hard work here, and all of you all, I think Finger is set up to, with proper execution and some breakthroughs, Finger set up to have a huge story ahead. But Kevin, what I'm trying to say with Railtown, I don't know. I mean, it's always possible they have shorts, on the margin. I don't know. To me, it's not a short squeeze story at all. Railtown is just a fundamental story. And as a friend of mine said, it's like buying, I don't know. I'm not going to repeat that. He said I'll repeat it so you know what I was going to say, but I'm not going to vouch for it. He said, this is like buying NVIDIA at 90 cents. Well, remember, NVIDIA took years to go up, but who knows? Who knows if it is? But it's a shot at that kind of thing. And I've been in and around Finger now for 4 years, and I still believe Finger has a very bright future. But what I'm trying to get across is, what is the probability over the next 2 to 3, maybe 5 weeks? You pick it. For me, I sat over here and I said 2 weeks, partly because if I had said 5 or 6 weeks, I might not have made the trade, because in 6 weeks' time, NIXX could be 10 or 12. I don't know. We got more to find out. There's something, I want to know more about that. G-Bucks, why didn't they get the deal done? But in 6 weeks' time, G-Bucks could be gone. So I think that's why I use 2 weeks, because in a 2-week time frame, what's the odds that Finger goes from 250 to, you pick the number, $25? Let's pick that, 10x. What's the odds that it goes to $25 in a 2-week time frame? And how many shares can you own? Not that is in and of itself, that normally doesn't matter, how many shares, because you're just looking at percentages. But imagine if you could have purchased Finger at 25 cents and now it's $2.50 and you're waiting for it to go to $25. That's a whole different confidence situation than hey, I paid $5 for Finger and now it's $2.50. And I'm not picking on Finger. I'm just trying to say that what I see with Railtown, it's as if you bought Finger at 25 cents. I think you can buy Railtown right now at 35 cents, and we'll be talking, I don't know, 3 months. We'll be talking about Railtown at 350, looking for it to do more. But you'll have this bigger position. Let me try that theory again, a different angle. If you had $2,500 a few years ago, you could have bought Finger at 25 cents. So you'd have 10,000 shares. Now you'd have 10,000 shares at 250. And yeah, you'd be pissed off, but you'd still be up. And you'd have 10,000 shares. You'd be discussing Finger motion going to, new highs and new opportunities from a base of 10,000 shares. Today, if you came in with 2,500 to buy Finger, you'd have 1,000 shares. Now, if I'm picking a number, if Finger went to $25 on 1,000 shares, that's 25 grand. That's great. One gentleman here paid off his car. Awesome. But does it change your life? If you had 10,000 shares of Finger and it went to 25, 250 grand. I know that's not millionaire city, but that's enough money that if you don't go blow it on, don't fall in love with a woman, you can live pretty nicely. And that's what I think Railtown offers you. You have a chance to buy a high number of shares of Railtown. I hope for the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. But what I'm trying to say is my gut is telling me you might only have a matter of days, if not hours. I just don't know. But it's okay. Look, if Railtown goes, if you want confirmation that other people are buying it, it may make a lot of sense to wait till the stock is $1, or $2, because then you're going to have firm belief that other buyers are in there with you. Maybe you wait till it goes to 350 before you buy it. That's perfectly fine with me. Perfectly fine. I'm just saying, coming back to how I started for myself, I now have in my IRA, unfortunately that doesn't change my life either, but that'll become maybe my trading account that I can, if I get a better computer set up, I can show you what I'm doing or something like that. I don't know. I got to check with an attorney first how to do it. But I would have no objection if it's legal, just showing you my IRA account with what positions I'm talking about. But right now there's not a lot of money in there, But if just using that trade I just said, if 20,000 shares go to 350, that's 70 grand. I know it's not huge, but it's a hell of a lot bigger than what my account's worth right now. And if it goes to 5, I've got 100 grand. And I had a boss that used to tell me, once you have 100 grand, you can build real wealth. The hard part's getting the 100 grand. I think what's What's 25,000 shares of Railtown? 9 grand? Maybe 10 grand, 9 or 10 grand. I really think if this in fairly short order, that can be 100 to 125 grand for you. And I know if you're like me, you're worn out. I'm worn out. I'm worn out. I'm worn out by Finger. I'm worn out by all the liars that come in, the shills. I'm worn out by everybody coming in with new ideas. Hey, chase this one, chase that one. That somebody just came on. Hey, if you're doing this, you missed the Circle IPO. Well, where was he before Circle IPO'd? Nowhere. And yeah, I know from experience, you can't get a lot of stock on shares that blast out of the gate. I'm telling you, Railtown gives you IPO returns. I feel like NIXX news was available after market close. Okay, I looked for it. I didn't find it, but somebody sent it to me. Here's Chuck. Did you hear GTI is back and we are loaded? Galata, GLTA. Who listened to Hammond Williams? Good luck to all who listened to Hammond Williams. Well, Chuck, I hate to. I still own GTII, not as much, but unless someone, and I'm pretty confident I know who the whales are, but I don't know. But unless a whale wants to give you his wealth as an act of kindness, you and I are going to be crammed down in the new GTII. So it'll be fun. It'll be nice to watch and see. But Chuck, when they will, when they come to you with a new opportunity to invest, and find out who's getting paid. All these people that challenge, who's getting paid, who is a consulting deal. You know, just ask around. Everybody comes at me. But I don't know, Chuck. If you own there's nothing to work with here. If you owned 1% of the company, which I doubt you did, but if you owned 1% of the company before all of this kerfuffle, after they're done reorganizing and cramming down, you might have 0.000001. I don't know. It's the magnitude I'm trying to tell you. So, but if you want to focus on GTII, please do. I don't have time for it. Why would anyone take investment from ACE? I don't know, Bill. I don't know if I'm professional. Look, I need a shave. I need a shave. NIXX news shook me a bit. I don't think you should be shaken, but I think if you're like me, you got to wonder what's the time frame for catalysts and other things. But if you're shaken, just go reread the revenue announcements, and we can do it here. I'm trying to get to the bottom before I show you some stuff, because as soon as I show it to you, all the comments or most of them disappear. But my point on NIXX is not that you should be afeared. It's that I see time. That's all. I see time, and it could still go up. Those revenue numbers are amazing. If they get to 10 million in NIXX a month, that's 120 million a year, and they're profitable. It's 3 times the revenue, or almost 3 times the revenue of Finger Motion, and Finger Motion is trading at 200 million market cap roughly, and NIXX's trading at 40 million. So that's 4 or 5x from here. So you don't have to be panicked. I don't think there's a lot of risk in NIXX. It's just for me. I'm just disclosing for myself that I didn't do such a good job making the switch. I kind of did it with a sledgehammer. I didn't get the best price to sell, and I didn't get the best price to buy, but I did it. I did it. I burned my bridges. So I don't have as many shares of Railtown as I want, frankly, but I decided to be happy with what I could get. And because the risk is if I hung on to NIXX and G-Bucks, my two positions, they both could take time. And I could be sitting in July or August waiting for them to go up, which I think they will. Well, particularly NIXX, I think it will. But in the meantime, the one position I wanted to own, or at least have a significant slug of, by July, Railtown could be $5. I'm just to be clear, my projection is $3.50. We'll try to go through it. But the weird thing is, Giuseppe, if Railtown's $3.50, I want to own it. I want to own it. So how am I going to buy it then? I won't be able to. Not me. I won't be able to. So maybe I jumped the gun, but let me just use that 20,000 shares roughly that I bought with G-Bucks and NIXX. If I wait to July, August, and Railtown's $3.50, I'm going to need $70,000 to buy 20,000 shares. I don't have $70,000. I used to, but I don't have it. So if you have 70 grand, wait, because it might be a better investment decision for you to buy Railtown at $3.50. Than to buy it at 35 cents. It might be. Because when it's $3.50, probably there'll be institutional buyers, there'll be maybe family offices, but certainly there could be whales. And the story will be affirmed, if not confirmed. And, maybe that's a better risk reward place to be. By the way, Giuseppe, I think, and I'm like a politician. I'm turning every question back to Railtown because I want you, if you have any heart, if you have any stomach for this fight, if you don't have a stomach for this fight, your passports shall be made. But then you shall feel yourself accursed each time gentlemen in England now abed stand and show their sleeves. These I got on St. Crispin's Day. I obviously can't remember it. I used to kind of remember it. Don't be shook up with NIXX. Just read. NIXX could go down slowly. It could get back to $1.60, I guess. But I think 3 months from now, NIXX could be $8, $10. But Giuseppe, when I sold, I didn't know about this auditor thing. I sold even though I know their revenues are going up because it just boils down to I want to own Railtown and I want to own a lot of stock. NIXX right now is $2, 230. If I'm right about Railtown, Railtown will be 230. And I had 2,000 shares of NIXX. Now I have 20,000 shares of well, with G-Bucks. I have 20,000 shares of Railtown. I don't know. I don't know if there's logic in my thought, but that's where it is. Did you piss him off why he's no longer doing calls on your show? You have to ask him. Who's him? Ham? Did I piss Ham off? Why is he no longer doing calls on the show? I don't know. I noticed, Dave, when I projected that finger motion was going to raise money, that I got a lot of blowback from a lot of people. I don't think he got mad at that, but he might have. He's pretty professional. Turned out I was correct, but people didn't want to hear it. But then Ham traveled, and he made a few phone calls to me. I responded every single time, every single one, and most of them went into his voicemail. I figured he's flying but his voicemail's not set up. So I think he got pissed off that he couldn't reach me or something. But I said, hey, I called you back every time. Last time I talked to him, he said, I'll call you after pickleball. He never has. So you have to ask him. I don't think he's mad at me. He might be. But Dave, if you want information on the short squeeze and finger motion, you know where to get it. My feeling is now that Giannis and even better, Kristen is helping him on the space calls, he's got a huge audience. I mean, I would argue that, anyway, I won't argue anything. But maybe it's just more convenient to set up the call and do it that way. I don't know. But Dave, if you want an answer to that, ask him. I don't know how you do it if you don't have his phone number, but and why does it matter? The confidence of your move had to grow when you well, no, I'm still nervous, Giuseppe. I'm still nervous that NIXX is going to move up, and I'm going to regret it. But I just have to live with it. NIXX has a capability of squeezing, and it could go to $20 or $30. But I'm just going to miss it. That's my problem. I don't have enough money to be in all things. So here's my biggest dread. What if Railtown goes up and the news is really good and the story is humming along? And let's say it goes to, I don't know, $5. Do I sell it and then come back and buy NIXX? And then it's going to be endless risk reward probability decisions until I finally get my account to a size that I say, I don't need to do that anymore. I can just take, I can take a position in 10 stocks, and then I don't have to be, like a jelly bean hopping from one to the other. What's going on with G-Bucks? Yeah, I sold it on Thursday, which means I should get the dividend. but the way the back offices are now, they may not treat it that way. But when you buy a stock, the ex-dividend date in this case was Wednesday. Sorry, the record date was Wednesday. The ex-dividend date was Thursday. So the record date, you had to buy the stock on Wednesday to be on record that you owned it. Thursday, it traded ex-dividend. In other words, it traded without the dividend. But I don't know. I find all the rules that we used to live by don't seem to matter anymore. It's Wall Street has just been totally corrupted. You know the basic story with G-Bucks. And I think Ham deserves massive credit for bringing it to everybody's attention in December at 60 some cents. It went, let's say it went from 75 cents to 10 bucks, 12 bucks. Let's just say it's 75 cents to 7.50. That's 10 times people's money. Pretty damn good call that he made. But I think Ham is still saying that it could have a gigantic squeeze. And so the positives for chasing a squeeze, which I've lost a lot of you're going to make Tony De Niro correct all the time up in the peanut gallery. If you chase squeezes, 99.5 times out of 100, he's going to be correct. Oh, you should read all the risk factors are published in the, no shit. They're on every single, but anyway, chasing squeezes is, it's about as rewarding as chasing other squeezes at this point in my life. It's just not. But they're there, and I'll probably do it. You know, everybody likes a good story, but I'd like to be in a position where I just do it with, 5% of my account or something. I'm not there right now. Or you have a certain allocation that you're gambling with. But so anyway, with G-Bucks, I believe that there is the short squeeze aspect to it, which could happen. You've got these trapped short sellers out of Boca Raton, according to the information we've all heard from Ham. I believe it. And I don't think enough time has gone by yet, but it might. I don't know. Does it take a month or does it take a year? I don't know. But once they start getting the trades over into Germany, where they can start selling and moving from a LLC account, and they're short entitlements, security entitlements. They can cover those security entitlements with new fake security entitlements, and they move it. I've shown you. They move it, and eventually when they get it to Germany, Ann Wagner doesn't care about it. I'm so glad she's in charge. It's good to have women in charge of things. It's just revolutionized the world. I mean, the men were doing such a bad job. On the other hand, none of the men are doing anything either. But I thought when you're the vanguard of the feminist movement, you'd at least have integrity. They're just as bad as the men. It's just terrible. Anyway, so on the positive, Ham has good information that's already been proven. It's traded well because Ham's info seemed to work. Secondly, I think the shorts are trapped. Thirdly, you've got a company in G-Bucks who announced a deal whereby an investor is going to put $212 million into the company for 30% of the company. And most of those shares are going to come from existing shareholders. And that investor is offshore. It's not Wall Street. It's not Switzerland. It's not Germany. And they're going to put most of that money into income-producing assets. And they have a product they've already announced. I forget what it was. So they have a business plan. It's like that. And okay, then I guess the final positive is they have a huge short position. They have a small float. Have you heard this before? The whales own more than the float. Have you heard that story before? That's all the positives. So G-Bucks is set to explode upward at any time. Did you know when, what are all these stocks out there? HKO, HK, whatever. I can't remember all the symbols, or TOP, or even GME. Did you know when it was going to go? G-Bucks could go. But my decision, David, because I'm not wealthy. I used to be, but I'm not wealthy. My decision was this. I guess it comes down, in my opinion, it's just my opinion. Could something go wrong with G-Bucks? Yes. Could something be wrong with NIXX? Yes. That's what I was deciding Thursday morning. I was thinking, what could go wrong with Railtown? I don't see anything that can go wrong with Railtown. It's an opinion, but I don't see anything that can go wrong with Railtown. So for me, with my little small account, trying to make it in, remember what we're trying to do is make money. Who cares what horse you're on? There's guys out there that I've known all my life. They're just trying to get laid. Go ugly early, and they would tell me, and all this shit. I never was like that. I usually had somebody in mind, or I was in love, or I was committed to somebody. So I'd have my drinks, or I'd sit out and smoke a cigar. And that wasn't my game. And that's not my game here either. It's, I don't want to be in every play. I don't want to be hopping from one to the other, but I don't want to be taking I'm tired of the short squeeze stories, frankly. I'm just tired of them. But they could work at any time. At any time. Just like this guy comes on. You missed the Circle IPO. Dudes, I used to do that. A lot of my business for years was what we called the calendar syndicate. And I had cash clients. I wasn't DVPing. I wasn't running a front for hedge funds. But I did a lot of it. I know it. And I traded it. And I made my clients money. And I know how it worked offshore. I wish I could still do it. But all I know is when a hot IPO came in, I had a client, she'd call me up. Do you have any shares of Snapple? And I said, Snapple's already come public. It's already up $100. Well, could you, my boss's name was George. Could you go check with George and see if he has some shares of Snapple in his drawer? Why would he give you, if he had some? It's there to reconcile maybe an error or do a favor to, a new account. Why would he give you those? But I had, it's this, you're not going to get the IPOs. It's the big hedge funds. It's the buddies. The system is all about creating money for a group of red sock guys, if they wear socks. Oftentimes they don't wear socks. Mostly they have pinkies on their outside finger. They all skull and bones or something. Anyway, so getting back to G-Bucks. I think the biggest problem with G-Bucks for me, and I just can't get my head around it, David, the announced deal was that they have an investor who's coming in with $212 million to buy 30% of the company. Well, if he threw in another $15 million, he could buy the whole company. So that's my biggest issue. That's on the negative side of G-Bucks. I don't think that deal flies. It doesn't make sense to me. Unless there's some other side agreements or other things we don't see in that transaction. On the face of it, if I had 212 million, would I buy 30% of a company that's trading for 230 million market cap? It'd have to be a hell of a story laid out for me. I suppose he might be trying to avoid some sort of capital gains tax or keep the clock ticking on taxes. I don't know how it works. In oil and gas, real estate, you can sell a property, and as long as you go into a like kind within a certain period of time, you can delay your capital gain. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know. I don't know enough. But G-Bucks is chasing a short squeeze. NIXX is probably half and half, hoping for a short squeeze. But NIXX is a transition to a revenue generating AI growing company. Finger's trying to get in AI, and they are apparently. Look, I'm not being negative on any of these stories. All I'm saying is give peace a chance. All I'm trying to point out is Railtown is not going to be 30 cents very much longer. That's as simple as I can say. You can make your own decisions. Railtown is not going to be 30 cents for too much longer. What does that mean? Hours, days, weeks, months? I'm not 100% sure. But my gut is telling me now's the time to tell you that. I've been saying it all along, but now I'm hammering. I'm being like the guy with three names. I'm pulling out my drum major, but I'm not making any money on it. I'm not getting a deal done with you. I'm not sucking money out for my company like Roger Rabbit. I'm just telling you what I see. But you don't have to do it. I'd like you to do it, but you don't have to do it. I just want to know when Railtown's $3.50, that I told you it's not going to be 30 cents very much longer. That's it. That's it. But anyway, with G-Bucks, it can still be set up for a squeeze. David, the dividend, which is 10%, came and went on Thursday. Why didn't they get the deal done prior to the record date of that dividend? It just nags at me a little bit. So do I want to gamble on that? Do I want to gamble? Or do I want to go with something that I have come to believe is on the verge of that quantum leap? What do they do with Star Trek? They go into the warp zone, warp drive. I think Railtown, just like so many companies I've been associated with, I'm not saying I invested in them, just suddenly have a change in value. And that's what I think is about to happen to Railtown. Then you can make your own decision, of course. Do you stay in Railtown, or you just take that quick 10x or 5x or 15x? I'm not saying. Everybody has to make their own decision. But I will tell you this. I think once you're in Railtown, you may never leave it. You may never leave it. You might want to just, that could be the next, I don't know, NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon. Takes years. That's the hard part. When you're geared up to trade, it's hard to just hold something. And then the question would be, if I'm correct that the market's going to rally and then have this devastating sell-off, what happens to AI in that situation? And I don't have that answer right now. We'll have to see. Even if the stock market collapses, as a friend of mine used to tell me at Merrill Lynch, and I was thinking about him the other day, he went to Catholic University, and I walked up there just to do something on what day, I forget. Maybe it was Friday after Djokovic was losing. I was bummed. I can't remember. But anyway, I went up there. It's a nice campus. But anyway, he said, there'll always be commerce. And that's right. There'll always be commerce. And is AI's breakthrough so magnificent that even in a recession that goes on, the revenues are going to be huge. I mean, Ty Cobb made a lot of money relative to other people, I guess, in baseball, but he lived like a king during bad times. Why? He put all his money in Coca-Cola. He got rich on Coca-Cola stock. And so he was a wild man, bit of an asshole. But he had money all his life because of a stock investment. David, Ace is not an idiot. I've never seen him at the meetings. I don't think he's an idiot. I never called him an idiot. I've never said anything bad about Ace. Jim Boswell, CoreWeave has taken off. I don't know much about CoreWeave. Yeah, I missed the boat on Bitcoin. I missed the boat on Facebook. Look, if over the last 20 years, all I had done was buy Amazon and Facebook, I wouldn't be here. NVIDIA, I probably wouldn't have heard about, but who knows? If you get in that circle, maybe I would have. But there's somebody here. She bought NVIDIA and she's done very well in it. I think SMH is going to go to 450. I think these tech stocks are going to rally to the moon in a final blow off on the market. They'll come down, but I just wonder how they'll work. In other words, you've got stocks out there trading at 100 times earnings. 100 times earnings. After the big collapse, if it comes, will they still trade at 100 times earnings? Probably not. And the earnings will be down. But they'll still trade for something. They'll still have some value. It's very rare that penny stocks become expensive overnight. Yep, that's true. So you're just hearing about Railtown, Jim? So to you, it's overnight. I've been talking about Railtown since maybe the third quarter of last year, but certainly the fourth quarter of last year. So I've been talking about Railtown 6 to 9 months, something like that. Your point would still stand. It's very rare that a stock would go up and become expensive overnight, even in 6 months or 9 months. But yours is an ad hominem point. I mean, what's your point? You don't know anything about Railtown, so you're just making a point. It's very rare that penny stocks become expensive overnight. Well, it's bravo, Jim, bravo. All right, Jim, let's go through an example. Of course, your world revolves around you. So if you just heard about it, it's overnight. But my understanding of Railtown is the two founders Yeah, here it is. We'll go through it. I think it's a good time. I appreciate the question. It's hard for me to read, so let me put on my glasses. But the Canadian Securities Exchange magazine, Canadian Securities Exchange magazine. Just published, and this you can find Googling it. I think it's on one of the blogs for Railtown. But I'm going to read it here rather than put it up. 2 days ago, I put it up here, and I couldn't read it. It was hard to read. So hopefully this is better. So the technology issue of the Canadian Securities Exchange, the headline is Railtown AI Technologies, software engineers get a co-pilot to help navigate the inevitable turbulence of development. That's the headline. You know, it would be so great if I could zoom this. I can. Okay, so this was written July 27th, 2023. So I was wrong. It's an older article. That's my eyesight. I thought it was just written recently, but the story's the same. And it goes to my point, Jim, that I was going to try to make. This isn't overnight. It is not overnight, but to you it is. So go through life like that, Jim. Please. You're a wealthy man already. Just don't worry about it. You don't need to hear this story. Just stick with go apply for Circle IPO or what's the other tech stock you mentioned? CoreWeave. Go buy CoreWeave. You don't have to buy Railtown. I'm telling you, let me repeat it for Jennifer. I'm not a consultant. I'm not being paid. I own a small position. I don't know why, when I get this is a really amateur hour comment. It's very rare that penny stocks become expensive overnight. It's just, that's a very, if you believe in the Bell distribution curve, that puts you in the 98% that's below the top 2%. I won't tell you where in that 98%. Anyway, so this was written 2 years ago. Artificial intelligence is everywhere right now, and in the tech sector, thousands of entrepreneurs are looking for a way to plug AI into their business models. The problem is that anyone who's gone back and forth for more than a few minutes with a bot, such as ChatGPT, knows one thing. The responses are full of errors. For AI to be really useful, it needs to be trained. AI needs to be trained effectively and have a defined purpose. Railtown AI Technologies has not one product, but 3, it's now 4, designed for software developers that meet this criteria. The company's proprietary AI, and by the way, it's not overnight. This was written 2 years ago, but it may be in your world that's overnight. The company's proprietary AI has been in stealth development for 3 years. So 2 years ago, it was 3 years. Now it's 2 years later. That's 5 years. Is that overnight, Jim? Is that overnight? 5 years? Is that overnight? Probably not for an Olive Grove or a big bang of the universe. But in our world, 5 years, I don't know if it's overnight. The company's proprietary AI has been in stealth development for 3 years under the direction of Chief Executive Officer Corey Brandolini and Chief Technology Officer Marwan Haddad, a pair of self-described software geeks who became fast friends at a previous company and partnered up for Railtown. Their raison d'etre is to make it easier for developers to create new software and to manage ongoing projects. The first offering is Railtown's root cause analysis copilot, which is designed to detect bugs within applications and then quickly pinpoint the root cause of the errors and the impact of the application. Right now, 40% of a software engineer's time, on average, is spent identifying bugs and fixing them. It creates an enormous manpower challenge, according to Haddad. He and Brandolini once installed a fire engine light in the bullpen at their previous company that would go off anytime an issue arose. Senior engineers would drop everything to figure out what was wrong, at times taking hours to diagnose the root cause of the error and the impact it had on the application, resulting in delayed deliveries, delayed deliverables, and pushing schedules behind. Railtown's root cause analysis product eliminates the mad dash to comb through every line of code. The root cause analysis copilot hooks into the developer's machine where it spots errors before they reach production. The root cause analysis copilot hooks into the developer's machine where it spots errors before they reach production and immediately determines the root cause and ticket where the problem originated. That's why Brandolini says the company doesn't design bots, it builds co-pilots. Quote, no matter how strong your team is technically, no matter how senior your developers are, when you're building complex applications, they are still fraught with functionality, logic, and syntax issues. We've got to get it to the point today where AI can do a ton of the heavy lifting for you. He finished. The British Columbia-based company has also built an application to streamline the process of documenting product updates and enhancements, which are known in the industry as release notes. Writing release notes takes an enormous amount of time for a team to produce, as they have to sift through dozens, if not hundreds, of completed work items to summarize and then to write digestible release notes that can be consumed company-wide. This is where Railtown's Release Notes Copilot comes in, as it continually analyzes all software deployments, as well as any changes made to software. And this will trigger the Copilot to automatically generate comprehensive and accurate release notes. The net result is saving hours of developer downtime. The root cause analysis copilot and the release notes copilot are now available to over 400,000 Microsoft partners on the Microsoft Azure Marketplace and at Railtown's website. Then there's Scrum Master, currently in the alpha stage of development. Scrum Master is a co-pilot in the truest sense of the word. Utilizing Railtown's AI engine, the Scrum Master co-pilot can provide reason-based answers related to a wide range of topics, including work items, deployment issues, build errors, bug fixes, performance issues, and much more. Developers can ask the co-pilot specific questions or describe the problem that they are facing, and the co-pilot will provide relevant and actionable information to help solve the problem. Brandolini calls Scrum Master a targeted language model, in contrast to large language models such as OpenAI's ChatGPT or Google's Bard AI. Integrating Railtown's proprietary AI into a development team's builds, code changes, and work items creates a more precise learning environment than any large learning mode could. quote, ChatGPT and Bard are trained off of what's readily available and free. So any painting by Picasso or book written by T.S. Eliot they can train their machine on, but they don't have access to what goes on inside of a company's own specific applications, Brandolini says. Because our AI is integrated with a company's projects, our machine is now training on that data, where OpenAI is trained on the internet. Our co-pilot understands exactly what you and your team are building and can answer questions in real time. This was written 2 years ago, and this product's been in development for over 3 years at that time. I'd hardly say it's overnight, Mr. Boswell. It also keeps developers' data from being exposed to a broader internet, which means companies get the benefit of AI without exposing proprietary information to the prying eyes of big tech or China. I made that up. Scrum Master could even be used to onboard new engineers by delivering them detailed information application. Let me see if I can read that. Scrum Master could even be used to onboard new engineers by delivering them detailed information on application features and answering any questions they might have, delivering to them. It should say. That simply doesn't exist in the market today, says Brandolini and Haddad, and it wouldn't be as close as it is today if the two hadn't become good friends. Quote, we were on a family holiday together in Whistler and sat down over a glass of wine, Marwan says to Brandolini. I've got this idea. Brandolini said, I've got this idea. Marwan is like, I'm 100%. Life works that way by chance. But when both people have the common drive and our goals are the same, then it's instant connection. The plan is to release Scrum Master in the next quarter. So it's not overnight. Quote, Verizon 1 was like a my eyesight's not very good. Version 1 was like a child in elementary school. Now, version 6 or 7 is like a university professor, Brandolini exclaims. It's not overnight. It went from learning how to understand what a bug is to where it's now using knowledge and reason to generate answers. Ask any developer if they would like this running for their team, and the answer will be 100% yes, unquote. To help make that a reality, Railtown plans to ramp up spending on market awareness and user acquisition starting when this was written. The company expects a significant increase in paying customers and revenue growth. This is not, quote, this is not a bubble. This is the beginning of the AI generation, which, Jim, you're going to miss. You go over to CoreWeave, but you're going to miss AI generation because things don't happen overnight. But that's okay. You're already rich. I'm not talking to somebody that's already rich. To help make that a reality, Railtown plans to ramp up spending on awareness, revenue. This is not a bubble. This is just the beginning of the AI generation, concludes Brandolini. Quote, artificial intelligence is having and is going to continue to have a profound and positive impact across all of our lives and across every business, the question investors should be asking themselves and their financial advisors is, what is my AI investment strategy, unquote. And obviously, Jim, it's not for you. CoreWeave is a good one. I guess it's where people should go. So I don't know anything about CoreWeave. And if you want to go to CoreWeave, go to CoreWeave. That appeared in the Canadian Securities Exchange magazine. So, Jim, I don't agree with you that it's overnight. And further, let me be clear to you. It's a penny stock right now. I don't think it's going to be a penny stock much longer. All right. It's very rare that penny stocks become expensive overnight. Fine. Miss out on it. I'm tired of arguing with just stupid comments. And I consider that a stupid comment. But at the same time, I've tried to answer it. There is value creation here. You obviously don't agree that when a company comes out of 5 years of research and development with products already addressing an issue and working, that there's value creation. You're of the school that the stock price is giving you all the information you need to know, and it's very rare that penny stocks become expensive overnight. Well, just watch. And let me be clear. By the time you buy Railtown, it'll be $3.50. I will think that is a great purchase. If you want to wait until it's no longer a penny stock, and maybe to you $3.50 isn't expensive, by the way, that might be cheap. I think Railtown over a 5-year period could still make you extremely rich, depending on how many shares you own. I think Railtown could be, I'm not, the point of this call is not to make projections ahead of ourselves, but I think Railtown at 350 will be extremely inexpensive for Railtown and for the AI ahead. And there will be a lot of people that don't have your simplistic view, your unprofessional view, and they will be buying, I think. But I think in your opinion, many people missed the boat on tech stocks. CoreWeave has taken off. Well, good. I'm sure you told people to buy CoreWeave before it took off. And I'm sure you invested before it took off. I'm telling you, and you don't have to believe me, you can invest in Railtown now before it takes off. But you don't have to believe me. Finger not making money. How can they squeeze if dilution is on the table? I don't know that dilution is on the table. I don't know that. They raised there's so many stories out there because NIXX just raised some money. But I think they sold 1 million shares, or was it 2 million shares? Anyway, they just did a raise with 8 investors, which is a good raise, I think. It was at $2.50 a share. it wasn't with warrants or at the money crap. So I think it was a good raise for Finger I'm talking about. But they priced it at $250. The stock was $5. So they're telling the world that the stock's worth $250 a share. They wanted a discount, but they're the guys that know. They're the guys with the most information, and they told the world it was worth $250 a share. So that's probably the fair price for Finger, but I don't think that's particularly dilutive. There's discussion that the warrants were exercised. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen anything. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I don't know how Roth Capital's clients use warrants to hedge shorting, but I would think they would be reluctant to lift that hedge. I just theory on my part, but I think when a group like Moez Kassam gets warrants, they leverage those warrants many times. So it's not just one for one. They don't sell one share of stock against one warrant. I think they dial it up as maximum as they can get approved. And they probably use that document with lawyers, with attorneys who were essentially lying. But so is Moez Kassam, and so is the broker that's handling the account. I mean, there's a lot of lying going on. But I think they take those warrants and they'll get a prime broker, let's say Alpine, to sell. They'll get Goldman Sachs prime broker to sell. They'll get, I don't know, Fidelity prime broker to sell. So they'll go through different market makers, different LLCs. They'll have thousands of LLCs. But it's all, they multiply the number of shares they sell. Why do people assume they don't multiply that document across many many prime brokers? I assume they do. So if they have a right to sell 7.5 million shares, well, they have warrants for 7.5 million shares. So if they're shorting 7.5 million shares, they're technically hedged. So they're the simplistic view. They did the deal. The stock was $280. They did the deal at $1.50. They got warrants for 7.5 million shares, 5-year, $1.50. And then they kept selling that stock downward. They kept selling it down. They tried like everything they could to get it under $1 and then keep it under $1. So then they'd go to Finger Motion and they'd say, if you want to be on NASDAQ, you've got to do a reverse split. Then they could cover all those shares they shorted. You know this, but you probably forget about it. So the gullible, the ones that say there's systems in place, say, oh, they short against those warrants. Well, this is Moez Kassam. He's a liar. He's a thief. And he's an abusive seller of stocks. So if he's, as we call it, counterfeiting shares, why wouldn't he counterfeit these warrants, in a sense? Hey, this is the document we just signed with Roth Capital, and we own these warrants. Alpine, will you let us sell 7.5 million shares? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. You got a 5-year warrant? Damn straight. Goldman Sachs, here's these 7.5 million warrants. Will you let us sell? Why not? You have 7.5 million warrants. Why not? We'll let you sell. Merrill Lynch. Here's our warrants for 7.5 million. Same attorney signing everything, lying. 7.5 million. Will you let 7? Well, why didn't I think of that? Sure, you got 7.5 million. So then they've turned 7.5 million warrants into whatever that 25 million shares sold short, whatever it is, 21, 22, and they can keep doing it. Why would Moez Qassam exercise those warrants? Why would he retire those warrants? Because then it's going to have a ripple effect across, unless, and this is the possibility, he could retire them and his attorneys wouldn't inform the prime brokers. It's totally possible. But it's a whole netherworld that I don't understand. But I don't think there's dilution on the table with Finger. In my opinion, the board at Finger Motion made a real mistake. Rather than take money at 2.5, but it's easy for me to say. I mean, I'm like Tony De Niro from the Peanut Gallery. I don't know why they made their decisions. But I think it would have been better to do a deal with Moez Qassam at $5 or $4.50 or $4 for 30 million shares, 20 million shares. Imagine bringing in $80 million. Yes, Moez Qassam would have shorted. Yes, he would have done all of this. Yes, yes, yes. But if they had $80 million cash and they sold 20 million shares, they could take that 80 million and they could go buy, I don't know how many. It wasn't in the annual report. That disappointed me. There was nothing in that annual report about the C2 contract. I can tell you, I've looked at the, with my own hands, I've looked at the SAIC catalog, and it's a big, thick thing. And it's Finger Motion, and it's all the things they build. It looks real to me, but I couldn't take it. I couldn't take pictures of it, but it's real. But imagine if they had $80 million or $50 million and they were building out that SAIC contract, the C2 contract using SAIC. That would just be gigantic. And then you would have a company creating revenue on a rapid scale, and all of a sudden you would be probably in the, you know, I don't know if you'd be in the $1 billion market cap, but you'd be in a stable, maybe stable $500 million market cap, maybe more, and you'd be generating revenue as far as you know, an old man's eyes could see, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and who's going to short that company? You'd have profits. So I take exception at your question. Dilution is a stupid question. You got to finish the sentence. Dilution for what? Why did they sell the shares? What are they using the cash for? All companies sell shares. They all dilute, to use your wording. You expect a company to raise money without selling shares? What are they going to sell? Their mother? It's just, it's so nonsensical. It gets frustrating because I guess I'm just not teaching very well. I actually think the risk that Finger took just now is they didn't dilute enough. Now it doesn't make sense. Now if they went to Roth Capital at 250, the stock's trading at 260, 250, Roth will do it at $1.50. I don't know that that makes sense. I wish they had done it while the stock was $5, $4.50. I wish they had raised money at $3.50, $3.25. Anyway, I think your question is, well, part of your question's right because of what you've experienced with an MULN or an MMAT. That kind of dilution, which is what the Moez Kassam wanted to happen with Finger. And for all those people trashing him, he works his ass off. Without him, Finger would be an MULN. Great story, great contracts. But Moez Kassam and Roth Capital and Lynn Partners would have gotten the stock down to seller box 10 cents or 5 cents, and they'd have to do a reverse split, get it up to $2, and then they'll drive it right back down. And it's just wash, rinse, repeat, steal, pulverize, destroy market caps, and no one cares. But I think Finger Motion does care, and I think they're very careful about it. They got burned by Jeffrey Lind, Jeffrey Easton, and Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, and Sam Chung. They got burned by him. Burned. And I don't think they'll ever be burned again. But I think maybe they were too cautious this time. Sometimes you have to just take the money. And it's not dilution. But the other interpretation is the C2 contract just isn't that big. So they didn't need to raise a lot of money. Another interpretation is they are going to raise money that I don't have it, you don't either. Well, none of us do. They're going to get a big, huge influx of cash. That could happen. We just don't know. There's no clues in the annual report. I was kind of disappointed that I was hoping for more information. That's not bad. It's not bad. It's just more waiting, that's all. What's your question? How can they squeeze? I don't expect Finger Motion to squeeze. And I've been saying that for a long time. In the short run, I don't expect it to squeeze. Anything's possible. What makes a herd of cattle stampede? What makes an avalanche start? You don't know. What causes a war to start? What causes a financial panic? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So a squeeze can happen out of the blue. But I would submit to you, JP, that just like with AMC, GME, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I just talk to myself so much, I guess. It doesn't come across. Market frauds, marketfrauds.to. Three dirty little words have helped destroy capital markets. Direct market access, the pipes, in banking circles. It's not banking circles. It's gangsterism. Anyone can trade through these pipes, and banks and brokers are not held responsible for their clients' activities in these pipes. So in other words, there's no know your customer rule. Banks have no idea what is going through them. They can guess who the players are that are trading, but they can't actually see what is going on. Prior to direct market access, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to read. I read it yesterday. In 2013, when Anson Funds discovered the major loophole in the European markets that would enable it to sell naked short American and Canadian equities through Europe. This loophole allows Anson Funds to naked short. Anson Funds does not have to disclose its short positions. Anson Funds is exempt from rules in relation to fails to deliver penalties. I paraphrased. This means that there are no regulations in Europe about trading foreign securities, foreign being US, meaning finger. Anson does not need to have finger stock to sell because no one is checking. European regulators are not holding this information or even investigating failing trades in finger. I'm substituting finger for every time I'm substituting the specific finger for when they talk general. For FINRA's part, the agency has what is called the Consolidated Audit Trail. However, this Consolidated Audit Trail does not pick up anything that is going on in Europe. The SEC only monitors fails to deliver from the NSCC, which only started operating in Europe at the tail end of last year. So that would have been 2022. It's easy to do. Costs you 750 euros to get started. Anson Funds can sell the stock, finger stock, because there is no naked short enforcement in Europe, and no one is even checking. This counterfeit electronic finger stock is very difficult to track, as a lot of the players are working together, and it's possible to settle finger stock outside of the clearance system. No one will ever see the finger stock, and no one has the ability to track the finger stock. It is that simple. What does that mean? I don't know. If you talk to retired people from the American Stock Exchange, they say systems are in place. If you talk to people who seem to know, I don't know if that includes Tom Ronk, who has his service, or Ham, who really knows finger motion cold, or you talk to, you read, I've read Susan Trimbast's book several times. It's very hard to read it all in one sitting. It's very boring. But right in the first, I don't know, even the first page, right at the beginning of the book, she points out that failure to deliver can be met with further failure to deliver. And JP, all I can tell you, I'm trying to get you to look at a stock, which I don't think, despite this other guy saying it's very rare that penny stocks get expensive overnight. Okay, thanks. I've been doing this all my professional life. Of course, penny stocks are shit. Pink sheet and all that. But the whole marketplace is shit. And try to get in on an IPO. It's all designed for the Madison Dearborns and the SACs, and they call around to every brokerage firm gobbling up stock. What you should do is just put your money at Morgan Stanley and let them manage it. And stop trying to make money. Just let Larry Fink, Stevie Cohen, Ken Griffin, and the rest of them make themselves rich. And just don't do anything. Just don't try to do anything else. I'm talking to that guy, Ben. I'll read one. I've read it before, but I guess it's just hard to get it across. If I can find it, I'll read it. If I can't, obviously I won't. Here, a guy named David Rogers Webb, 2 first names and a last name, who wrote or made The Great Taking, and he's doing another movie, did a lot of research. And a summary of that research by David Morgan in his subscription newsletter, which I pay for. It's a very detailed letter. I'm not going to read everything because it's unfair, but I'll read this. I've read it to you before. You don't want to accept it. It's very hard to accept. The hardest thing is to tell a human being, including myself, by the way. It's the hardest thing. That's why I did that trade 2 days ago. Am I going to regret it? Almost certainly. But if you don't learn to just do the trade, which you might lose money, you might regret. If you're always frozen, if you're always waiting for the dream, you miss it. You got to act. You got to act. I got to tell her to buy this stock. I got to tell her to buy this stock. You don't know how I in Hawaii, and we used to have to sell, when someone buy jewelry, I take their card and I have to go on the phone and call and wait and to find out if the card is any good. And I said, aha, what if I could just, instead of calling and being on the phone waiting, what if I could just take the card and enter it on the phone. She invented with her husband, but she invented Verifone, and that made a lot of money. It wasn't overnight, Ben. It took a long time, and there's some stories, some interesting stories, but it wasn't overnight. But by the time you saw it, Ben, oh God, I'm not going to buy Verifone stock. It's $1. You know, it's very rare that stocks get expensive overnight. Ben, you're the same guy that would tell people to buy Bitcoin, probably. I don't know. Ben, just please go do CoreWeave. You don't have to do Railtown AI. But I'm mentioning Railtown AI again to you, RLAIF, because when you see it in the news, you'll know that you turned it down. Okay, so according to Webb's research, JP, the global financial system has increasingly engaged in a practice where all securities, where finger motion, stocks, bonds, financial assets, where finger motion is used as collateral by the world's largest banks. I'm using the specific name finger motion where they generalize, just so it gets it into your head. I'm paraphrasing. This practice is known as collateral management and is carried on without the explicit knowledge of individual investors. You don't know about it, JP. Finger motion securities are pooled at the DTCC, and then finger motion securities are rehypothecated multiple times, creating extensive collateral chains. This was legally formalized through the 1994 revision of Article 8 of the Uniform Commercial Code. This legal framework effectively transferred ownership of securities, finger motion, to central depositories, DTCC, stripping investors, JP, of direct property rights and putting their assets, finger motion, at risk in a market crisis. This revision created the concept of quote unquote securities entitlements, which replaced direct ownership of securities, direct ownership of finger motion, with a contractual claim, effectively allowing central depositories, DTCC, to utilize securities, finger motion, at will. Rehypothecation, the practice of reusing pledged collateral to secure multiple obligations. Let's read it again. Rehypothecation, the practice of using JP's shares of finger motion over and over and over and over again to secure multiple obligations. For example, creating securities entitlements at will throughout the brokerage system lies at the heart of this scheme. When banks engage in derivatives trading, they use securities held at DTCC as collateral. They use finger motion. Anson Fund uses finger motion as collateral without investors' knowledge, without JP's knowledge. The U.S. Federal Reserve acknowledged this in legal documents, saying, quote, investors do not have rights attaching to particular securities in the pool, unquote. Let's restate that. JPJP does not have rights attaching to his finger motion shares in the pool. Specific. Instead, they hold only a pro rata claim to a collective securities pool. Let's read it differently. Instead, JPJP holds only a pro rata claim to the collective pool. So in other words, he doesn't own 10,000 shares of finger motion. He owns the 10,000 shares of finger motion. There's 1 million shares held at DTCC in street name on behalf of Fidelity. That's the pooled securities. So JPJP doesn't own specific rights to 10,000 finger motion. He owns 1% of the collective pool of 10 million. Effectively making JPJP an unsecured creditor in the event of insolvency. To restate it, the legal and regulatory structures have effectively turned securities ownership into a form of indirect claim. Rather than having outright ownership, investors are granted a contractual claim that allows financial institutions to prioritize the financial institution's own interests in using these assets. If a major crisis were to occur, let's say Anson Funds got in trouble on one of their derivatives contracts, the first rights to the underlying securities would go to the secured creditors involved in the derivatives contracts. So Roth Capital has helped Anson Funds create derivative contracts. I don't know how it works exactly. You need attorneys, and they have to essentially lie. And so the derivatives created with the at-the-money contracts and the warrants have first claim over the street name pool of securities, in this case, finger motion. So the first rights to the underlying securities would go to the secured creditors involved in the derivatives contracts, not to the investors themselves. Let's say it differently. The first rights to finger motion would go to the secured players involved with derivative contracts that are created, Anson Funds, Roth Capital, not to JPJP. Now, in effect, the there are pressures that Anson funds face and the rest face, and there are costs and there is collateral, and that's why I think when prices go up, covering comes in. But make no mistake about it, I don't think Finger's going to squeeze anytime soon. What I think Finger has to do is, and I repeat myself, and I repeat myself, and I repeat myself, but I think Finger needs to clarify what finger motion is. It needs to start having revenues, cash flow, and earnings which are predictable, are growing, and if you want to squeeze, they've got to come out of the blue. But if you're happy with finger motion just getting, let's say, to $10, $15 a share, that means you have to have a company that's approximately $1.5 billion in market cap. But what industry is finger motion in? Is it a car builder? By the way, do you know that SAIC, run by this, is doing this transaction? General Motors is going to go down. And this woman, I forget her name. Anyway, I don't want to get distracted by it, but we just gave away everything to China. Bill Clinton. And the financial system. It's going to be hard to recover. But SAIC is a big company, so it's a good contract. But if finger motion can start trading at $10 instead of $2 and stay at $10 and be growing from $10 and be earning money, that's when I think you can start seeing pressure on the undelivered shares and the margin calls and the need to buy in those shares. And they may have it under control and it never squeezes, but I think that's also where it could get out of control and it squeezes. Anyway, I didn't want to get talking about finger, but I answered your question. Hey, Liana. I got to shave. This is ridiculous. And a man in my position cannot afford to be made to look ridiculous. I know. I just put Lucky's certificate of cremation on my mantle. I found it in a box. I saw a dog this morning. What was her name? She was great. I always think Lucky sends me these dogs. Her name was, can't remember, but she was so nice. She was so excited to say hi, and I loved that. All right, account settings has. All right, you're gonna bump it up. Account settings. All right, all right, all right. So account settings, you're going to buy 45. Now, let me just say, this is tough. I think you'll get it at 33 cents. But if you don't, all right, so here's your thing. Do you buy it in the morning? They'll probably try to drive it down. But they also sometimes let you buy it in the morning and then they get it down during the middle of the day. And so you could buy it professionally, like buy I don't know, 10,000 in the morning, 10,000 at 11 o'clock, 10,000 at 1 o'clock, 10,000 at 2:30, and 5,000 at 3 or something like that. I noticed with Railtown, there's a lot of movement in the price, so it makes me think there's some computerized trading. So that, in other words, I think you can get it off in one trade. And so here's the hard lesson. You can do it the way I said it, but I think I wouldn't be being so insistent, and I wouldn't have done the trade I did, just basically destroying my account on Thursday. I wouldn't have done that trade if I didn't believe that June is essentially our time frame. And next week's the second week of June. Sounds like a good time. Maybe it's the third week, though. Maybe it's the fourth week. So anyway, here's my point. You might have to pay more than 33 cents, and I would. The horrible thing is if you pay 38 cents or 40 cents and then it pulls back to 32 cents, you're going to be like, darn it, it's just tough. But anyway, I think 2 or 3 years from now, which is a very real possibility, account settings, is as we learn more. I spent about 45 minutes listening to this guy, James Altucher, who I signed up to his service for crypto. He's smart, but he's a little bit promotional. He's got a good gig going. But I also have listened and read some other things over the last few weeks. And I think AI, I guess we don't know how people are going to make money, but I think AI is here to stay. I went to a sushi restaurant when I had to walk. Anyway, I walked down to Chinatown, I guess 2 weeks ago, and I eat the salmon because salmon, I think, is Atlantic. Unfortunately, I no longer eat any of the tuna because tuna can cross the globe and it can have Fukushima radiation in it. But on the other hand, they probably all have it. I don't know. But anyway, as I was leaving to pay, it's one of those where you pick the plate up off the conveyor belt, and I was just sitting, I'm reading my book and listening on YouTube. And then I got up to pay, and it's crowded, and no one was. She was great, but it was hard for her to keep up with me. So I'm just standing there watching the activity, and they had at least one. They might have had two. They had a server robot that delivered sushi and other things, drinks, to where you were sitting. And it could tell that I was standing there, so it went around me. AI is big time. It's big time, the future. How do you play it? I don't know. But I wish I had purchased Bitcoin under a dollar. It was cheap, but it was so confusing. And I was a little like, what's his name? Ron or something. Well, I'll have time. But the next thing you know, it's 100, then it's 200, then it's 1,000, then it's 11,000. And it just gets really hard to buy in as these stocks don't get expensive overnight. They do sometimes. And you just don't buy. You go, oh, I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. So I don't care if Ron misses it. I'm not here. My goal here isn't to force anybody to do something they don't want. I do want to know that I told you. I'll never say I told you so. I'll never do that. I might give myself credit in the future that I called it, which I don't think that's really says much about me. It just says more about that the ideas that I've had access to and the studying I've done has given insight. It's not really about me. But anyway, I'm glad you're buying more. We'll see Monday how it goes. I can't buy anymore. I wish I could. I would if I could. But it'll be interesting account settings. What if it goes, let's say July 4th? Oh, well, July 5th. It's trading at $2. Would you buy more then? My answer is yeah. I think I would. I think it will have only just begun. But we'll know more. Let's not make that decision now. Let's make decisions as we go. Yeah, Fenger has a great CEO, a great board, a great group of investors. I think it's got Ham who's working hard, and you could get squeezes happen. They have happened, and it could happen with Fenger. I think price is the big thing, and I think it was happening before. And Cindy Lou gets mad at me if I point out what happened, but it's not so much. There's a lot of people hitting and running in this audience, like the band leader, the drum major. It's not. We can focus on that, but it's more what the system is and how can you make some money. And this is a risky call, Railtown, RLAIF. Let me show you one interesting thing about Railtown. And this will go to what Ben was saying maybe a little bit. I'll just show you this headline. Railtown has the symbol RLAIF. Look at this headline. What is, I can't read that, reinforcement maybe? Reinforcement learning from AI feedback. RLAIF. RLAIF. They took as their symbol a technical term, reinforcement learning from AI feedback, RLAIF. It leverages AI models to provide feedback during large language module training, enhancing performance and scalability. So these guys kind of know what they're about. I think that's amazing. RLAIF means ignoring a stock symbol, it means reinforcement learning from AI feedback. NVIDIA was down $49, down to $49 on September 22 before the 10-way split. And that helps everybody out. That's interesting. Yeah. Did you buy it? Are you telling people to buy it in September 22? I mean, it is interesting. So it was 49, 10. I don't know what a 10-way split is. I assume you mean a 10-to-1 reverse split. So I guess it went to 490? Or did they split it? They just split it. I don't know what you mean. Really, I'm having a hard time. I like your luxury of time concept. Look at LA right now. Everyone buckle up. Well, good Lord. Giuseppe, in Chicago, they don't let anyone under 18 go into McDonald's. But there's a real issue, and I live in a city that, with heat. If the power went out, it could really blow up. Young people don't follow authority anymore, and I think LA's in trouble, but it can come to any major city. We have a lot of migrants. I know if you're liberal, you like to get them cross the emotions with people who have come into the country and might not have citizenship, but they've been here 20 years. I think they should stay. I think anybody who's come in and has essentially been a good citizen for years, I actually think they should just be grandfathered in. These are people who have shown that they want to be in America, and they've also been economic engines, economic citizens of the country. And they've probably married, they've definitely paid taxes. They've been good citizens. So I'm not a a State Department. Well, I guess I am kind of State Department brat, but I don't know how it would be effected. But I think people that have been here sort of in the shadows should be allowed to stay, and they should not be sent back at all. But I think the people that were flown in and allowed in en masse over the Biden years by Jill Biden's aide de camp and by some 25-year-old auto pen people. I don't know what that policy was. I've heard numbers high as 40 million. 40 million. There was no screening. None. No screening. Not for disease. And they didn't all come from South America or Central America. A lot of them came from China, Africa, the Middle East. I'm not saying any of those places are bad at all, but we don't know why these specific people were here. A lot of them are 21 years old. Are they soldiers? And then you have cartels. Why would you let cartels in? They're out of control. You think our sheriff's offices are immune from that? I don't. But why do you let them in? One of the obvious things, I think cartels and just roving bands of hungry, desperate people, they'll start stopping highway traffic at night. So women who are empowered in the modern feminist movement, and these same women fought for Joe Biden and fought for this unlimited importing of people. These women aren't going to be able to drive down the highway at night by themselves. Old guys like me too, I won't be able to do it. They'll come out on the highway with a gun, stop the cars. If you're lucky, they'll just steal things, but they might rape. Things that North American women take for granted are going to be taken away from them. Like being able to drive alone in a car on a safe highway. It's going to stop. Trucks. Unfortunately, I think we have to bring our troops home from Germany, probably from Korea. I'd like to see the United States, with the cooperation of other Middle Eastern governments, I'd like to see the United States put U.S. troops right down in the middle of Israel to create a Palestinian state along the UN 1967 UN boundaries. That'd be the only place I'd put U.S. troops. Otherwise, that's in the best interest of Israel long term. Otherwise, I think Israel will be wiped out at some point. Maybe not in my lifetime, but the anger, it won't be pleasant. What Israel's doing is well, a certain part of Israel. But I read where 80% or something of the Israeli population likes what Netanyahu is doing in Gaza Strip. But if we don't do something like that, the world's going to turn on us too, and it's not pretty. Those drones that attacked in Russia, you don't think China has drones here that they can turn on? I don't know, guys. The world is going to get really scary, and it's not la-di-da. It's not, hey, let's put a 26-year-old Biden staffer in charge of piloting Black Hawk helicopters at National Airport, and she's only got 45 hours of experience. Why? Because she's a woman, and in the movies, women can do everything men can do. Well, that's probably true. I'm not going to argue that. But you need training. You need training. And likewise, do you just bring in 40 million people and you just assume it's going to work? They're going to fit in? I don't know, guys. I don't know. JT stock, okay. What are your points? I mean, Khloe Kardashian has a better ass than Kim Kardashian. I mean, it's complete non sequitur. I don't know what your point is. What's your actionable idea? DJT stock has dropped a lot. Wow. You're a genius. I just realized you're a genius. You see something no one else sees. The rest of us have been watching DJT's stock and we didn't notice that. Wow. Jim, you're amazing. I think Finger is a sleeping giant. Yeah, I think that could very well be. So now what? I can go through the story. I've done it so many times, but I think you know the story. In many ways, the C2 contract, which is huge, kind of gets it into a lower multiple, a lower growth trajectory by definition. But I love that contract, don't get me wrong. But the huge things for finger motion is data. And just look at snow. Just type up SNOW. Data is huge. But we have to admit there is competition for data. So, yeah, but I agree with you. I agree with you. Hey, Rondell. Finger seems on a downtrend. Yeah, I guess it could go to 2 if you want to put orders to buy in under 2. I'd have to look at the charts on it. All I know is Giuseppe, if you're looking at finger motion at 250 to buy it or to hold it, your risk maybe is down to $2, and your upside over the near term. How do you define near term? 2 weeks? 2 months? Okay, I'll accept that definition. So let's say finger motions upside, let's say until the kids go back to school, finger motions upside maybe is $5, downside $2. It's a reasonable risk reward. If it were me, as it gets to 5 or maybe a little over 5, I'd look to sell the short-term calls against it, try to take in premium. What's the risk? Well, the risk is out of the blue, something big happens to finger motion and it squeezes. That is a risk. But I really, just like I think they have GME and AMC under control, just like they got GTII under control, I think they've had enough time to at least have a modicum of control on finger down in these levels. So I think finger needs to get higher and stay there and start trading from a higher point to possibly cause a squeeze. Or something has to come out of the blue, and it can, that causes the price to go to 15 or 20, and then you could see covering. But the whole dynamics of squeezing are not as clear-cut in my judgment now, after being here for 4 years, as they used to be. There's a lot of cheating. There's a lot of pressure valves that are used to take the pressure off, to release pressure, release valves. And there's all sorts of stalling and trickery and attorneys and delay tactics and offshore crap. I don't know, Giuseppe. I think it's very difficult for me to project that finger motion is going to squeeze as a high probability over the summer. Could it? Yeah, of course it could. What I can tell you with high probability is I think Railtown, which is not a short squeeze story, which is not a overnight success. It might seem that way to Jim, the master of the obvious. But I think over the summer, I mean, G-Bucks is another one. Could G-Bucks squeeze over the summer? Yes. Do I have high confidence that it's going to squeeze over the next 2 months, 2.5 months? That's a different question. They don't ring the bell. They don't tell you when. Could it? Yeah. But you might have to wait. What I am trying to say, Giuseppe, is over this summertime, and I think, as I was trying to explain to somebody earlier, it's my theory, my interpretation that AI is different than a lot of these other stories in the sense everybody's talking about it, but not just the public, the professionals, the investors, the pools of money, the dark money, the pension money, the Morgan Stanleys, the cocktail parties, AI. Well, I think that means that if Railtown comes out of the block strongly with its commercialization of its products, and I'll still try to get to that, I think forward good news, all the good news going out, can be discounted to the present time. And you can see it show up in the stock. I'll just, Giuseppe, I will tell you, we haven't even talked about the fact that Railtown is acquiring AI Partners Corp. We haven't talked about that today. I've just talked about Railtown on its own. But AI Partners, 3 months ago, it was on Twitter that 160 companies are doing $400 million in revenue. A great source in revenue. But it was taken down, so I'm not going to, I still have it, but I'm not going to show it because it was taken down. But I'm going to still use 400 million. Now let's say on the 80-20 rule that they only roll up, that 20% of the companies are doing 80% of that business. And let's say they roll up those companies. So that's 320 million in revenue. Now you could say, well, that sounds too high. Well, I think the revenue is growing, and you might be right. So, but I have taken it down from 400 million. Now they have 4 products. They have 4 products. They're going after $100 billion markets in Railtown. I don't know. Can each product generate 25 million annually in revenue? 4 products? Let's use that. That's 100 million. So that comes to 420 million in revenue. $420 million in revenue. Let's take the 20 off because it's a pain in the ass. So let's just call it 400 million in revenue. I don't know, you've been here for a while, but those multiples I showed you for buyouts are based both in some cases on revenue, but also projected revenue that is fanciful. So let's use 400 million in revenue, which is what already exists at AI Partners. But anyway, 400 million. And instead of using whatever that number was, 26.8 times, let's just use 25 times as a valuation. So what I'm doing is I'm combining Railtown's own proprietary products, its own organic value, but I'm also adding, because they're buying, and we'll go to the news, they're buying AI Partners. That to me, that's what's happening very soon. Why? Because it's been 12 weeks. How much longer can it take? All right, so let's do 400 million times 25. So it's some number that I can't read. Now let's divide that by 150 million shares. It's $66 a share. That number, I think, is reasonable for what Railtown could be worth over, I don't know, 18 months of proving all this revenue out. But I think it's fanciful at this point. So if we discount it by 2/3, take a third of it, that gives $22 a share. So I've discounted the $66 by 2/3. I've only taken a third of this number. It gives $22 a share. Well, let's do that again. Let's just do that again. Let's only take a third of that number. That gives $7.40. So I took the bigger number, I discounted it a little bit. That gave $66. I only took a third of that number, but then I did it again. I took a third of that number, I got $7.40. Let's just take half of that. Let's just take half of that. That gives you $3.70 a share. So just to recap, I tried to take numbers that are reasonable. I think they're probably low on the Railtown side, but the AI Partners, I took 80%. But anyway, add them together. You could argue it's high right now. But all the buyouts are based on forward-looking numbers. So anyway, just taking that valuation of the average of all acquisitions, 91 different transactions, I showed it to you. 27 times, almost 27 times revenue. I took 25 times. That gave $66 a share. $66 a share. And then I took 1/3 of that. So I discounted it by 2/3. I took 1/3 of that number and came up with $22 a share as a target. But then I took that number and I discounted it by 2/3. I made it 1/3 of that, $7.40 a share. Then I took half of that just to just chop, 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 and risk it down. And that's where I get my target of $3.50 in a revaluation of Railtown. And I think in trading purposes, it'll essentially be overnight. It might take several weeks, it might take a couple of months, but it could also happen just boom. So that's where I get my 350 from. And it leaves a lot of upside. It leaves a lot of upside. And I have a feeling we're going to face a tough decision. Do we take our 10x or do we stay in? And let's just let life happen and see what we think. Finger is a $100 stock with a $3,000 squeeze potential. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's certainly, there's a compelling argument for that. And early on, like 4 years ago or whatever it was, I certainly did a lot of videos on squeezes in general. What could happen if a squeeze occurred? And some of the numbers are quite astonishing. The Volkswagen squeeze, I just looked it up. I think when it broke out, it was around 219 euros. And at its peak, I think it was 999 or 989 euros. So it didn't, even that famous one didn't get through 1,000. So yeah, it could go to 3,000, but sell on the way up is my point. You know, layer out. Finger certainly could be a $100 stock if they got just one of their 3 or 4 engines to fulfill its potential. I mean, just to reuse the same example, if you look at SNOW, what it's trading for. But there's a lot of execution. There's a lot of things that need to be done. So is Finger a $100 stock tomorrow? Maybe. But it could take some time to get there, which is not bad. It's not bad at all. All I'm saying, so now what? I'm not trying to say anything negative about Finger. Not at all. I'm saying with Railtown AI, you're not going to be able to pay 30 cents anymore. If you want to have a position of 10,000 shares of Railtown, I don't know what your position is in Finger, but a position of, let's say, 30,000 shares of Railtown, unless ceteris paribus, 30,000 shares of Railtown cost 10 grand. Right now, 30,000 shares of Finger cost you 75 grand. Maybe it's not a good, maybe that's just a nonsense comparison. Another way to do it is 30,000 shares of Railtown is 10 grand. What does 10 grand buy you in Finger right now? It buys I can't believe. Buys 4,000 shares of Finger. All right, so Finger, 10 grand right now buys you 4,000 shares of Finger. You think Finger can go to 100? Or it's already worth 100. So I assume you believe Finger should be 100 right now. So let's see what that is. It's $400,000. Well, if you bought 30,000 shares of Railtown, cost you 10 grand. Let's just see where Railtown would have to go to be worth $400,000. It'd have to go to $13. It'd have to go to $13. I think Railtown can go to $13. But that's not my projection right now. My projection is $350. To buy 30,000 shares tomorrow, it may only cost 10 grand. So 30,000 shares times $3, times, let's say 33 cents, $9,900. So 10 grand in Railtown. While you wait for Finger to do what you're doing, and maybe you don't want to touch your position in Finger. You don't want to take $10,000 off to buy 30,000 shares of Railtown. But 30,000 shares of Railtown at $350 is $105,000. I think that's going to happen before Finger, I don't know, before Finger goes to 10, before Finger goes to 7. From that level, to get to 400,000, you only need it to 4x. What I'm trying to tell you is Railtown is going to be revalued at some number. I picked 350. But at that revalued number, that's the starting point. That's the starting point for what happens to the stock going forward. In other words, even though Dan doesn't know what he's talking about other than the obvious, Railtown is mispriced, in my opinion. You're able to buy it at 33 cents. It probably should be trading at $5. The problem is with that statement that I just made, the reason it isn't trading there is because I'm making a lot of assumptions, and we have to check those assumptions off with evidence. But how do you and I do it? We're not rich. Well, you guys might be rich. I'm not rich. So I have to jump the gun a little bit. I was just reading this book about Vanderbilt. It's interesting. The Wealth. But it's a chapter on the America's Cup. I don't know how to sail. But the way this Vanderbilt guy would win is he would line up his boat and get it crossing the starting line at full speed. And that's a skill to do that. That's what I'm trying to do with my account. I'm trying to line up my position in Railtown. So when the gun goes off, I'm at full speed. In other words, I can own 10 times more shares at 33 cents than I can own at $3.30. And I think the stock is going to be $3.30. When? I actually can't really tell you that because I don't know. Could it happen in a week? Yes. Will it happen in a week? I don't think so. I think it'll take, it'll take a week and a half. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. Railtown is not trading. Railtown is not on trading 2T12. Railtown is not on trading 2T12. What's 2? It's not on trade desk, maybe? I don't know. Vanguard won't let me place an order for RAILF. Okay. I find that hard to believe. Find that hard to believe. But I mean, Vanguard might not be a full service company. I don't have an account with Vanguard. It may not do small price stocks. You may have to go to E-Trade or somewhere else. You can buy Railtown is a Canadian stock. It trades under the symbol RAIL.CN. So you may have to, maybe Vanguard would let you buy it on the Canadian exchange. But oh, in the UK. I didn't know it doesn't trade in the UK. So it's not on the London exchange. Or what's the exchange there? I had a stock that traded on there's another exchange for small price stocks in the UK. I can't remember. I don't know what to tell you, Frank. Does your brokerage firm have a correspondent bank? Or if you're in the UK, you might be able to trade on the Canadian. Why don't you try RAIL? RAIL. Let me write it down. It trades on the Canadian, RAIL.CN, RAIL.CN. And that's in Canadian dollars. I don't know if it has a picture of the Queen or a loonie or the King or Meghan Markle. They're all loonies. Yeah, try RAIL.CN. Maybe that's how you could buy it. Hey, Rick, do you think in a longer hold? No, I don't know. I think Northwest Bio is unpredictable. Any lawsuit is unpredictable. It'll probably go to settlement, but the time frames, they'll maximize it. The lawyers need to get paid. They have to get their hot chicks because they didn't get them in law school, and they have to. The women have to prove that they can make it without men. I don't know, but they've all got to make all this money. So it'll drag out, drag out, drag out, drag out. And, but then there'll be a settlement. Once one side realizes that there's risk to staying in the lawsuit longer, they'll settle. But you don't know when that'll be. But that's not why to be in Northwest Bio, I don't think. The most compelling, I don't think Northwest Bio is a trade. I don't think it's really an investment in the sense that you're once you buy into that stock, you own you basically own a private company. In terms of trading. So I guess what I mean is it's an investment, but it's not a true stock investment because you bury yourself. Once you buy Northwest Bio, you're buried. I don't know what this bid and ask is, but if you put 100 grand in Northwest Bio and you turned around to sell it, you might get 80 grand out, 90 grand out. And that could be the same way it is in 2 years. I don't know. But what I think is going to happen to Northwest Bio, there can be no guarantees, is as their process is proven, somebody's going to buy them, and you don't have to know how to trade. You don't know how to have to do any calculations. If you get I don't know, a Johnson & Johnson to buy them, and particularly if you get GlaxoSmithKline also wanting to buy, that could go for $30 a share. That's what you're buying into. I think, and I think it's a reasonable transaction. I looked at my account. I haven't received any of that that I don't know what to call it, that money that you sent. So when it comes, I may buy 1,000 shares or whatever. But if you want to get distracted by Northwest Bio, we can talk about it. But I'm telling you, in no uncertain terms, if you can buy 10,000 shares of Railtown, and if all you guys start buying at the same time, it's going to go up. Don't necessarily get in that trap. Use prices, use whatever. If you miss it, you miss it. And we'll talk about it from a higher price. But I think, I don't know. I don't know if you have a day or if you have a week or you have a month. But all I can tell you is I wasn't comfortable not being in Railtown. So the company is called Railtown is a Canadian company. It's not a pink sheet like that guy said, but it is low priced. When you trade in the Canadian markets and the London markets, they trade low price. That's how they do it. But that guy here, whatever. So it's a Canadian company. It trades in Canada, rail.cn. The United States, it's RAILF, RLAIF. And I showed you the symbol means something in AI learning. I jumped SILJ. Yeah, I like SILJ. That'll trade. That's all right. I'm just trying to tell you not to forget. It might be too late, but I don't think so. I don't think there's any reason to panic. And I also don't think what we do with Railtown is going to matter one way or the other. Um, it's decent advice that growth stocks, I mean, it's obvious. So you're right. Um, Companies who need capital in the US markets had better be sponsored, like Bezos was sponsored, uh, that guy at Facebook was sponsored, Zuckerberg. It's cradle to grave financing, um, or you go into an ETF or something. But companies who need capital on US markets are going to be destroyed. Now, you look for dividend stocks. I don't know. I don't know if you're the guy that came. You're not. You're not the guy that did that. Just want to check. Well, it's not bad. Somebody came on here saying you got to buy Pfizer for the dividend. I think it was $27, $26. It's $23 now. But still, there's no, what's this? It's almost stupid. Dividends. I look for dividend stocks. Look, when dividend stocks are high, there's usually a reason. When they're low, it doesn't really change anything. Uh, mm. Anyway, I'm forgetting the word right now. But you're just getting into a more conservative stock. There's another word for it that I'm looking for. Anyway, I love your idea. I don't want to spend time talking about it. Um, HKD, that was it. HKD, Knight Templars. Sometimes people are responding to others. All right, all right. Hey, John. Yeah, I talked a little bit about platinum the other day. I'm going to do it again, I hope. SoFi is a good example from SPAC to $15 ish. Yeah, look at how Aubrey destroyed our SPAC. All right, Steve. Next thing I know, I'm sure that sounds right comfortable. No, I'm sure that sounds right cozy, but I don't find you men all that appealing. If Baba is coming to buy 10%, why do they need to raise anything? It's a good point. Is Baba coming to buy 10%? 10% would be, yeah, you're right. Obviously, Daryl, they'd be raising it from Baba instead of from somebody else. But yeah, if Baba is coming and they put up, I don't know, $20 million, $25 million for 10%. I don't know what the market cap is right now. But you're right. They would be raising it via Baba. Why not make your first million, put it in a money market account, collect $100,000 a year? Well, that's a hell of a money market account. A high interest building account. Money market accounts are not going to be safe for a period of time. I don't know when. I think there's ways to get income, and I like how you're thinking. There's royalty companies. Some of them in the mining area have gotten very expensive, but there are some in oil and gas. The problem is the income fluctuates somewhat, but you can get 8, 10, 12, 14%. And I think that's what I would do. But if you have $1 million and you sell, you're going to pay taxes. So another thing to do is call premiums, but everybody I talk to now is talking like that. So that's it's probably going to blow up. Yeah, you could do that. Michael Cantera. RAILF, good. So we'll get your. I think that's great. I have NIXX and G-Bucks. Think I should sell them by RAILF? I don't have more money to invest. I'm not, as soon as I tell you to sell, those will go up. All I can tell you, it's what I did. That's what I did. I sold NIXX and G-Bucks to buy Railtown. It's not that I don't like those stories. It's just that I think time is running out to buy Railtown at 30 cents. That's all. And of course, I didn't pay 30 cents. I paid 33 cents. It's as simple as that. And so you have to sit down with a pad of paper and decide, do I think this is what I did? You can do it differently. I said, I'm going to take a 2-week period. You can stretch it out, but the more you stretch out the period, the more likely the event is going to occur. So I kept it at 2 weeks because I knew I wouldn't do anything if I said, 3 months. So I did in 2 weeks. What do I think's going to happen? Well, actually, I think I did it June, just June. So that's 3 weeks, whatever. I think when I sat down with a calendar, I think it was really the July 4th weekend I used as my boundary. It doesn't matter. Just a short period of time, I said to myself, what is going to happen with G-Bucks? Well, G-Bucks has a concept. They have an investor. They have whales in there. They're raising money offshore. They seem to have a short position. They have a buyer that's willing to buy the stock at roughly a 70% discount. I mean, overpay. Apparently somebody's willing to overpay by 70%. It's interesting. If you can find somebody to come in and give 200 million for 30% of the company, and the company's trading for 200 million, that's a pretty good damn deal. But it hasn't happened yet. So I'm thinking to myself, can I really expect that to happen by July 4th? It could. Damn straight it could. Damn straight it could. But it hasn't happened yet. So what odds do I give it? And in the case of G-Bucks, I gave it, now that the dividend date has gone by, I kind of give it 50-50 at best, but probably less than that, probably 30 or 40% that the stock is really, that they're going to close the deals and the stock's going to squeeze. Could the stock go back to 5, 6, 8? Yeah, sure. But anyway, so I wrote that down. Then I wrote down NIXX, and NIXX was up, and it looks like it's going, and I'm thinking, well, could NIXX go to 6, 8, 10? Could it really run? And then I was wondering, somebody on Twitter pointed out that they did this offering at $1.50. And I was wondering, I wonder why they do that. And then I was thinking, that I really didn't know what are the moving parts at NIXX. But offsetting that, I looked at the news, and they're trying to get, they believe they're going to get to 10 million a month. So I thought, wow, NIXX is going up, is what I thought when I sold it. I said, NIXX's going up. But the thing is, how high, I didn't know. But to get to 100 million a year, to 100, that's, you figure it's going to go at least 1 times revenue. So that's maybe a triple. Again, that's $6 level. But I was thinking, is it going to happen in the next month? And yeah, it could. It absolutely could for NIXX. But then I'm looking at Railtown. And of course, I haven't gotten through the comments, so I haven't shown you some of the other stuff. But I'm thinking, is Railtown going to get something done by July 4th? And my conviction is pretty high that they're going to close that transaction that's already been announced. I guess when the stock went to 22 cents 2 Mondays ago, you could go, oh, there's something wrong. But the Canadian exchange was closed. So that, I just figured that was a head fake, or that was people panicking. Maybe a short. I don't know. It's not, for me, it's not really a short squeeze story. So I had my list. I had G-Bucks, NIXX, and Railtown. And I gave G-Bucks sort of that maybe somewhat under 50% chance that it was going to squeeze or really get out of control by July 4th. I acknowledged, as I wrote down my choices, that G-Bucks might go back to $8, a double before July. And then I looked at NIXX and I said, well, NIXX, the revenue's powerful as hell. It really is. And if they achieve all that revenue, this stock is a triple or better for sure. But I wondered why they did the offering at $1.50. It's not a big, to me, that's not a big deal. And I just kind of got squishy thinking, well, what if something goes wrong? It could go back down to 160. So I said to myself, if NIXX goes, in other words, anything can happen in a short time frame. It can go up, but it also can go down. So what if NIXX goes down by 50 cents and I need to sell it to buy Railtown? I didn't like that solution. So anyway, the risk reward in NIXX, I thought by July 4th, I don't really see it going down, but it certainly could drift downward, get to 180, 160, just to annoy me. But the revenues are so positive that I figure it does have a real chance of going to 6 by July 4th. So that made me, I wasn't so keen on getting out of NIXX. But then I looked over at Railtown, and I've said it now quite a few times. Railtown is a company which if you can look around the corner a little bit, is mispriced, in my opinion. Obviously, it's all my opinion. Railtown is an R&D company which now has 4 products that they are actively marketing, and they have been for 6 months. As those revenues come in, they fit the AI model of buyouts at an average of 25 times revenue. So Railtown on its own, to me, going from R&D to being a commercial company that is generating revenue, automatically has a repricing. I think it's 10x. That's what I think, 10x. I just showed you the numbers that I'm using, which are all, frankly, guesstimates. They're made up numbers almost. They're not. None of it's made up. But it's all based on pretty broad stroke numbers. I don't know the specifics at all. So I chopped it. I chopped it somewhat at the beginning. Then I took just a third of that number. Then I did it again. I took just a third of that number. Then I did it again. I took just a third of that number. And then I cut that number in half. And I came up with 10x, 350 a share, 370 a share. So then I looked at my little list and I said, well, what could Railtown do by July 4th, approximately? I said it could go up 10x. It could go to 350 a share. That's what I think it's going to do. It's going to be revalued. I said, could it go to 1? Yeah, it could go to 1. Could it go to 60 cents? Yeah, it could go just to that. Could it go to $2? Yeah. But remember all the chopping I did? I said to myself, it could go to $5, $6, $7. Hell, it could go to 10. So I said 350 for Railtown by July 4th. NIXX, yeah, I could see a path to $6 by July 4th. But it also, in the short run, things can be volatile. So if Railtown started to go up, what if, for example, Railtown went to $1 instead of 350, but it went to $1, let's say next Thursday. All of a sudden, I'm going to be panicking. I'm going to be like, shit, I missed out. I need to buy it. But let's say NIXX at that point is $1.80. Oh, I've really double screwed myself. That was what was going through my head. Of course, NIXX could be $4 too. Look, there's no perfect answer. So I'm looking at these. I'm saying G bucks pretty much I said to myself, I can see a lot of reasons for delay in G-Bucks. NIXX, I think the revenue is the great story there. But I could also see reasons for volatility, maybe. But I admit, I bet NIXX is going to be one that I'm going to look at and go, wow, I could have gotten out at 5. I could have gotten out at 8. We'll find out. And then, of course, there's always the question about Finger. Well, I decided I'm not going to trade any options on Finger. I don't have the money. I could put money in Finger, but I wouldn't buy very many shares. And where do I think Finger can go? I believe all the stories that it could have all these surprises. And if it did, you have a huge move. But could it also go sideways? I don't know. I didn't. So anyway, those first 3 stories, it felt like a lot of questions. But with Railtown, it's all the evidence is right there. And I'll try to show you some. And every time I play with the numbers and try to be just horribly conservative, I come up with $3.50 a share. And so I'm thinking, well, if the merger is approved, and that's my big catalyst, is the merger being approved. If we'll go through that if I get to it here. I think it's been 13 weeks. It's got to be close to being approved. But I'm used to waiting for women in government to approve things because they got to go on vacation. They got to get their kids to school, and they're doing it all. So things can wait. They got to get home. Whatever. I don't know why it takes so long, but bureaucracies take a long time. But I feel like this approval should have happened in a month. It's now in the 3rd month. I think it's going to get done in June. Let me put it this way. I decided there was more risk to be out of Railtown than in it for June. And I didn't want to take the risk of being out of Railtown. So if the merger is approved, guess what? All of the big investors who are in Railtown can't buy right now because it's a quiet period. They can buy. All of the investors for Canaccord, their investment bank, Canaccord can't solicit any buying because it's a quiet period. Once the merger is approved, all those family offices, mutual funds, big bucks people, retail, they can buy. And then at the AI partners level, all of the companies that are involved maybe with the discussions. Look, it's 160 companies. I don't know if every company is interested in that. I don't know how we'll find out. We'll find out. But they're buying the whole network. And the network's whole goal is to roll up companies. It's all in the press releases. So if those investors can start buying as well, for all those companies, and the Canaccord client, the stock, I don't think it's going down. So I don't see any risk in Railtown. There's always risk. I'm talking about in the professional sense of speculative investing. I don't see comparative risk. Thank you, account settings. I'll try to put up a Venmo I did it before. I need a producer. I need a wife. I need a life. I need a dog. I need a beach or a beach. A beach and a beach. Chicago is already in trouble. Yeah. The news doesn't report much about what's going on in Ukraine. Has my email changed? No. I can't think of why it would. I'll look into that. Maybe it should work. Is it fair and balanced at Gmail? Should work. I'll look into it. All right, let me see if I can show you some things. It'll say that doesn't work. It gets so old. All right. This is the one I showed you. PricewaterhouseCooper comes from, a service. AI could contribute up to $15 trillion to the global economy. It's the same thing. It's a $15.7 trillion AI global boom market. Do you see that's a T? 15 trillion? Here's the four. Sorry, that's the investment highlights. I guess I can't show you the four companies. I thought I could. It didn't. Let me just look again. No. Guess I'll just have to read them to you. Anyway, here's the investment highlights. This is from their website. Growing global markets, $4 billion US dollar development tools market growing every year. A $7 billion US dollar AI as service market growing at a rapid clip. Total cost of poor software in the United States alone is a $2 trillion problem. Then it's a commercialized IP. So they've gone commercial, high margin, sales as a service, software as a service, platform, 100% owned and developed. 2 provisional patents, first mover advantage. Proven tech founders, 6 startups to date. 4 M&A exits totaling $200 million, built tech for and worked with world-class companies. And then they have decades of capital markets experience. But look at the bottom. Raised $9 million for Railtown as of March 2024. All right, here's the dudes. Proven tech founders. Railtown was co-founded by 4 successful tech business builders. Together, they have founded 6 tech startups and have executed 4 merger and acquisition exits, as they call it, for $200 million, and etc. So one is Marwan Haddad. There's Corey Brandolini. There's Dr. Elliot Hoffman and Kenneth O'Neill. Here's just some of their headlines recently. Railtown, on the last month, Railtown announces commercialization of groundbreaking developer frameworks, LangTrax and Railtrax. Those are 2 of their products, LangTrax and Railtrax. And then in May, Railtown Technologies to present LangTrax framework at the Upper Bound 2025, which they did. Railtown launches powerful Visual Studio extension to supercharge developer productivity with AI. And then in May, Railtown to present at another summit. And then here's the one, February 11th in yellow. Railtown AI Technologies announces Memorandum of Understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. In December, they joined AI Partnerships Corp. But in this is just huge, potentially huge. Here's their markets. Railtown AI is targeting 2 large and growing global markets. Our platform helps small and medium-sized businesses and enterprise organizations who develop and maintain software applications. One market is the global developer tools market, currently at $4.4 billion, expected to grow to $17 billion by the next decade. Global AI as a service market, currently $7 billion. By 2030, it's expected to be $130 billion market. I mean, if they just claim part of that, they just claim part of that. Yeah, that goes to me. That goes to me. They take a, I don't know what, they take some big part of it, but that's fine. No, thank you very much, Akansa. Thank you. I'll buy a chocolate bar. Anyway, there was more I was going to tell you about this. I think I'll try to do it better tomorrow. It's 11 o'clock. I think I may sign off. I appreciate everybody being here. Let me see if I have AI partners here. No. So I'll do that tomorrow. I'm too worn out. So I think I'll leave it there if you don't mind. But thank you for tuning in, and I wish I could teach better. I get frustrated at my inability to get ideas across. But I'm trying to say as loudly as I can that My StreamYard link is broken. Hmm. 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 All right. Well, I guess it's a good sign to sign off then. Cheers, everybody.